of our union in the middle of a global crisis. Russia's war on Ukraine intensifying, with two major cities now under attack. Nations on edge with the threat of nuclear weapons on the table. Tonight, a historic moment for President Biden as the world listens to every word. A NewsNation special report starts right now.
And good evening to you on this Tuesday night. I'm Marnie Hughes. We want to welcome you to a NewsNation special report. Tonight, the president will speak to the nation and the world at a crucial moment in history, the State of the Union address, the first of Joe Biden's presidency. Millions of people will be paying close attention to what the president has to say 1 hour from now, because the stakes could not be any higher. As we speak, Russia is ramping up its attacks on Ukrainian cities with rockets. You are looking at new video tonight of a missile strike from the State Emergency Service of Ukraine. Also breaking tonight, we have learned that President Biden is expected to close U.S. airspace to Russian aircraft. The war in Ukraine has already claimed nearly 400 lives and forced more than 600,000 people to flee the country. Now there are concerns of a nuclear threat from Vladimir Putin. Here at home, there are other major issues on the table for the president tonight: the pandemic, rising inflation, and violent crime across the country. Americans want answers, and many are looking for reassurance. The question is, can the president deliver? I'm joined tonight by my colleague, Leland Vittert, live in Washington, D.C. Leland, the president has had to shift his focus leading into tonight's address, not just in the last week, but probably in the last 24 hours. Put this moment into perspective.
Probably a moment unlike anything we have ever seen before, Marnie, where a foreign policy crisis is completely overshadowing the State of the Union, which is normally this sort of nice political affair where the president gets to come out and get some applause lines, launch a few new things, take a victory lap, and generally enjoy a night of being able to, a political theater, and being able to sell his agenda uninterrupted by the press or anybody else other than thunderous applause for about 60 to 90 minutes. We understand that in the past couple of days, the speech hasn't quite been torn up, but certainly huge parts have been taken out and huge parts added minute by minute as events in Ukraine have developed quite differently than the White House thought they would. With that, we bring in George Will, senior NewsNation contributor and Pulitzer Prize-winning columnist. You've probably forgotten more of these than I have done.
I've tried to.
Yeah, they can be quite painful at times. We'll see how tonight goes. It's still early. An hour away from the speech, can you ever remember a State of the Union where the domestic policies issues were almost meaningless to whatever the president was going to say on the foreign policy crisis of the day?
Well, in 75 rather, when Gerald Ford gave the speech from which you took a soundbite a moment ago, the State of the Union is not good, Vietnam was in the process of falling. The North Vietnamese are about to occupy Saigon. So that was a terribly sobering moment. Tonight, Joe Biden, who was made president by an election campaign in which foreign policy mattered not at all, is tonight in the center of a foreign policy hurricane.
In fairness, presidents do not get to decide what will define their presidency. It is an age-old problem for those who occupy the Oval Office. What does he say today to ensure that he does not go down as the man who really messed up the Ukrainian crisis?
George W. Bush thought he was going to be the education president right up until the 11th day of the 9th month of 2001.
About 8 o'clock in the morning, he was out of school.
Exactly right. Now, what Mr. Biden, this really plays to Mr. Biden's need. At this point, what the country needs from him is a sign that he's strong, that he's a leader, that he's in charge. He has acquitted himself very well in the run-up to the American attempt to dissuade Putin and, once Putin moved, to punish Putin. The punishments are in place and they're severe. So the president, it seems to me, ought to take this as an opportunity to say the United States is, in the phrase of Madeleine Albright, the former Secretary of State, still the indispensable nation as we have just demonstrated.
And as, I guess, not only as we have, but in this case, it has to be put into the present tense as we continue to demonstrate. It does limit his domestic policy leeway in terms of what it is that he's going to be able to talk about tonight. Not that perhaps there's some domestic, in a way, he probably is relieved that he doesn't have to talk entirely about domestic policy. There was the quote from David Axelrod, the famed Obama strategist, who understood how upset and fragile the country was in 2008 and created the Barack Obama platform and then brought him to the White House. He said President Biden must be humble and understand the national trauma, understand where America is today. Does the White House understand and accept how fragile the American people feel today?
The Biden White House, like every White House, polls and can read polls. And they know that the president's numbers are appalling. They are probably right now just about, maybe even a little below where Trump was at this point. So they don't need to be sobered. And they know that the worst thing they could do is tell the American people, you're not feeling good, but you ought to. Yeah. The American people are feeling what they're feeling. Deal with it.
Yeah, and to add a little bit of icing on this, the last time a president addressed Congress with this low of an approval rating from the Democratic Party was Jimmy Carter, who, Marnie, faced a number of the same issues, primarily rising prices and terrible inflation in the United States and a crisis abroad. Jimmy Carter faced those issues, and now Joe Biden does tonight.
Yeah, Leland, to George's point, the last thing someone with anxiety needs to hear is chill out and relax. We'll see if the president can walk that delicate balance tonight. Leland and George, thank you. We are going to be digging into some of the major issues that will be in the conversation tonight and in the president's speech. The biggest is the Russian invasion in Ukraine that has tested diplomacy and the relationship between European countries. Russian forces are changing their tactics as we speak, hitting major Ukrainian cities with relentless rocket attacks. Ukrainian soldiers, they are trying to hold their ground for their homes, for their democracy, for their lives. And the loss of life is already catastrophic. More than 600,000 Ukrainians and counting have now fled their homes to safety in neighboring countries. And nations are banding together to try to help, with concerns rising over Vladimir Putin's next move. And to be honest, no one knows what that is. Correspondent Robert Sherman is live in Ukraine tonight with the very latest on the ground. Robert.
And Marnie, we join you live from our hotel in Ukraine due to the strict curfews that have been set for outside on this, the 6th day of conflict between Russia and Ukraine, a day in which we saw the Russians attempt to win this fight through pure force. State footage showed a massive explosion at an administration building on Kharkiv's Freedom Square. The attack and damage to surrounding residential areas seen by many as clear evidence that Russia is not limiting attacks to military targets. An emotional plea from Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky to the European Parliament left a translator choked up.
Can you imagine this morning 2 cruise missiles hit this Freedom Square? Dozens of killed ones. This is the price of freedom. We're fighting just for our land and for our freedom.
And received a standing ovation. Hours later, eyewitness video captured a Russian strike on Kyiv's main television tower, knocking out broadcasting in the capital city. State emergency services said the blast killed 5 people there and damaged a major Holocaust memorial. Even in far western Ukraine, where we are tonight, curfews are in effect. No outside lights to attract airstrikes. We began our trip around dawn, making our way across the border. The whole process took 30 minutes or so. Very thorough, especially since we were seemingly the only ones going into Ukraine. On the other side of the border, lines of cars extending over 10 miles as hundreds of thousands attempt to flee the war-torn nation. Some end up stuck in line for days. And U.S. President Joe Biden and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky had a 30-minute phone call today. The White House says that they discussed sanctions against Russia and holding the country accountable. And Marnie, that's going to be the big thing to watch during the State of the Union tonight. What tangible actions will the White House and the U.S. be taking on this issue between Russia and Ukraine?
President Zelensky asking for more support, but saying thank you for the support we have received so far. Robert, thank you. Live from Ukraine tonight. We'll be checking back in with you shortly. This is a live picture at the White House. We know the motorcade right now is located on the South Lawn, awaiting the president to depart the White House and head to the Capitol tonight for the State of the Union address. That is expected to start in about 50 minutes from now, so we're monitoring that as we near the top of the hour. Also up next, tactics and targets. Retired Lieutenant General Newton will be joining me with what we are seeing on the ground tonight in Ukraine, the most recent attacks and some deadly explosions within the last few hours. Also, a spike in violent crime, unlike anything that we have seen in years. The problem firsthand ahead of President Biden's first State of the Union address. It's hitting very close to home for those of you across the country tonight. That's next.
In this market, you'll find Fisher Investments is different than other money managers.
Different how? Aren't we all just looking for the hottest stocks?
Nope. We use diversified strategies to position our clients' portfolios for their long-term goals.
But you still sell investments that generate high commissions for you, right?
No, we don't sell commission products. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our clients' best interest.
So when do you make more money? Only when your clients make more money?
Yep. We do better when our clients do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
I don't just play someone brainy on TV. I'm an actual neuroscientist, and I love the science behind Nariva Plus. Unlike ordinary memory supplements, Nariva Plus fuels 6 key indicators of brain performance. More brain performance? Yes, please. Nariva, think bigger.
Non-attorney spokesperson. This is a paid advertisement for legal services sponsored by Nightline Legal. Cases assigned on a random basis to participating law firms. If you or a loved one were recently diagnosed with any form of lung cancer or mesothelioma, call right now. You may be entitled to financial compensation. Even if you smoked, your lung cancer or mesothelioma may have been a result of exposure to asbestos, and you may qualify for a cash award from the $30 billion in trust funds set aside for lung cancer and mesothelioma victims and their families. For decades, those who worked in the Navy, shipyards, mills, carpentry, firefighting, roofing, insulation, construction, and automotive industries may have unknowingly been exposed to asbestos and have an increased risk in developing lung cancer or mesothelioma. If you or a loved one were recently diagnosed with lung cancer or mesothelioma, even if your loved one is already passed, call right now. Your family still may be entitled to a cash award without ever having to go to court. There are time deadlines to file a claim, so don't wait. Call right now.
Call 1-800-224-8954.
The Chewy box is coming today.
Calm down, Lenny. We just ordered it yesterday.
Oven-baked apple biscuits.
Holy Leroy.
Biscuits!
Get fast, free 1 to 3 day shipping when they just can't wait. Chewy.
Hi, I'm Jeff from Nuts.com. When my grandfather started this business in 1929, he relied on 4 important values: freshness, quality, variety, and service. I'm proud to carry on his legacy, but from a bigger space. We still freshly roast, season, and dip delicious nuts here in New Jersey and deliver them with the freshest dried fruits, snacks, and sweets to families that love our products all around the country, including mine. We think you'll love Nuts.com too, so check us out and enjoy free shipping on your first order.
And it's easy to get a quote at libertymutual.com, so you only pay for what you need. Isn't that right, Limu? Limu? Sorry, 1 sec. Yes. Oh, boy.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Over 60 miles. No matter where you live, with Dish, you get 99% signal reliability.
Okay, everybody, let's get to the basement.
99% signal reliability anywhere in the country with Dish.
You want to go out, Walter?
Let's go.
Pace yourself.
Beside the crystal fountain, so come with me, we'll go and see.
That's incredible.
Oh, yeah. It's a Chevy Silverado Trail Boss. This thing's built for off-roading right from the factory.
No, I meant the cat.
It's like nobody's seen a cat before.
The Chevy Silverado Trail Boss. Find new friends. Find new roads. Chevrolet.
A live picture of the White House tonight on this pivotal evening for Not only the president, but the world as we await the State of the Union address happening at the top of the hour. The president, of course, will speak about the situation in Ukraine tonight as we continue to see loss of life with the Russian invasion. Also, we anticipate the president to spend a lot of time tonight talking about things that are important to you at home: inflation, the job numbers, and also the pandemic, now entering year 3 of the pandemic. There is a lot happening tonight, not to mention the situation in Ukraine. The U.S. now announcing a ban on Russian flights in U.S. airspace as soon as tomorrow. That is according to Reuters, and they have done so tonight. Most recent action from the U.S. to hit back against Russia and its invasion of Ukraine. Tonight, the attacks are coming, and they're coming fast, and the images are devastating. Retired Lieutenant General Richard Newton joining me live here in studio tonight. So banning Russian flights over U.S. airspace, this is a major move.
It is a major move, and we're raising our stakes in terms of, recall, obviously the sanctions, but this is also an operational maneuver that is in concert with the sanctions as well. And I think it is significant. I don't recall in my near history in terms of recollection of actually banning Russian flights over the United States or to and from the United States as well. So it's extraordinary. It will hit, you know, not so much the airline industry per se, but passenger travel also. It's not just the aircraft not being able to fly into U.S. Airspace, but also the travel of Russian citizens and others back and forth to Russia.
Could have some serious ripple effects. I want to talk about some of the damage that we're seeing, in particular this massive explosion of this government building in Kharkiv earlier today. We also saw a TV tower blow up in front of our eyes in Kyiv. What does this tell you about the Russian forces' tactics and targets right now at this point in the game?
Well, to put Kharkiv in perspective, population 1.5 million, about the size of San Diego. And the fact that the Russians are, again, intensifying their attacks, not only in government and military targets, but also civilian targets. My sources tell me, and we've heard in the media, that actually is going and attacking civilian neighborhoods, which is extraordinary because he's now almost indiscriminate in terms of his use of firepower against military targets and government targets, but now civilians as well.
And we have seen that 40-mile convoy stymied of Russian troops in terms of the Ukrainian forces, the Ukrainian civilians being able to hold them back. The question is, how long can they do that? I want to talk to you about tonight's State of the Union and the message from President Biden, not just to the American people, but critically important to our U.S. troops and also service families here at home. What do they want to hear from the president tonight, given this ongoing crisis in Ukraine?
Well, the President of the United States is the head of state, but he's also the commander-in-chief of our U.S. military. We have 2.2 million men and women in uniform. That consists of active duty, Guard, and Reserve. And if you call recently, he called up on several thousands, 12, 13, 14,000 men and women from Fort Bragg and Fort Stewart and elsewhere. And so he personally calls them up. And so he needs to make sure that he messages our men and women in uniform that their sacrifices are worthy, their sacrifices have purpose, in this case to deter and dissuade continued aggression by the Russian forces in Ukraine, but also to bolster the alliance, to bolster the NATO alliance through the use of U.S. military. Also, the message is just as important to the family members. Those loved ones stay by the side of our military through generations, and it's just as important, if not even more important right now, for the moment, if you will, of our family members who are supporting the loved ones to, again, go to harm's way.
Lives are at stake. It's important tonight, and an important message. Lieutenant General Richard Newton, as always, thank you. We'll be seeing you throughout the night. Still ahead tonight, we're going to prepare to hear from the president in just a short time. The top concern for Americans right now, and the big reason why President Biden's approval ratings are at an all-time low, that is coming up next.
So, you found the number 7 then?
It's amazing.
Hydrates better than the expensive stuff.
I don't live here, so I'm taking this and whatever's in the back.
It's already sold in the US.
But I'm not taking any chances.
The UK's best-kept skincare secret.
Hello, I'm Michael Youssef. You know, history has shown that when a nation turns to God, its social problems are soon dissolved. Broken families are healed. People break free from addictions and alcoholism. Crime rates plummet. In the Welsh revival last century, all across Wales, police and judges had nothing to do. Why? Because there was no crime. And it can happen here by God's grace. Will you come to Him?
When nations turn to God, they find their societal problems disappear. There is hope for this broken world if you just know where to look. Won't you consider looking to the one who made you? Visit findingtruepeace.com to learn more about his plan for your life. Again, that's findingtruepeace.com.
Them dimebacks are mighty poisonous. We should get you to a doctor.
Real cattle herd don't need no doctor. Let's drive this herd.
It's okay to ask for help. Find a licensed therapist at BetterHelp.com.
Guys, I've got a very serious question. Are you tired of worrying about hair loss? Are you tired of looking in the mirror and not loving the man you see looking back at you? If the answer is yes and you want to get your real hair back, I want you to take out your phone that I know is sitting right next to you and send that text down below to Bosley to get the free Bosley info kit. You're also going to get the $250 Bosley gift card. It is a huge no-brainer because Bosley is America's #1 hair restoration experts. Do you think these guys are happy they went to Bosley? Bosley uses the latest technology and science to give you your real hair back permanently. And that's a promise backed by the Bosley Guarantee. Guys, you deserve to feel incredible about yourself, and you deserve to have your real hair back. Bosley can make it happen. They're going to help you love the way you look. But you need to take action.
For your free information kit and free gift card for $250 off, text POWER to 642-642. Ask about the Bosley Guarantee. Text POWER to 642-642.
Giant wooden block towers that raise the bar on game night. Golf simulators that make tee time anytime. Turntables that turn good times into great times. Portable projectors that transform your space. Get-togethers just got a whole lot more interesting. Home Tech Adventure. Scan the QR code to see the curated collection of unique items for yourself.
Russia invades Ukraine.
Is Putin ordering the Russian nuclear deterrent forces to be on alert?
There's a significant escalation.
From the front lines to our homeland, the truth about what you need to know.
We have crews around the world watching these fast-moving developments.
7 million Ukrainians could be displaced.
Do you think you'll ever go back to Ukraine?
I hope. It's my country.
NewsNation is news for all America.
We have continuing coverage here.
For continuing coverage on Russia at war, stay tuned to NewsNation.
A live picture again of the White House. We are awaiting President Biden to depart the White House and head over to the Capitol for his State of the Union address in front of a joint session of Congress. This will be President Biden's first State of the Union address in his term, coming as the nation and the world enters a third year of the pandemic. And of course, tonight, the looming Russian invasion over Ukraine, a deadly battle already now entering a 7th day. Of course, the president will deliver his speech tonight with low poll numbers for his presidency. Looming midterm elections, of course, coming up later in the next year. And this is a test of America's faith in the president tonight as he prepares to not only address the nation, but the world, and potentially Vladimir Putin as well may be watching tonight. The economy remains one of the key issues for President Biden in this first State of the Union. The president's address to Congress expected to begin at the top of the hour on Capitol Hill. And despite some signs that the economy is recovering from the pandemic, inflation is reaching levels not seen in decades, and Americans are skeptical of the president's performance. His approval rating has continued to fall over the last several months as the price of goods continues to rise. Correspondent Kelsey Kernstein is joining us live tonight. Kelsey, how much groceries cost, how much it costs to fill up your car at the pump, this is what Americans care about tonight as well.
Well, Marty, people have so many economic-related questions for President Biden tonight. Yes, like you said, rent, inflation, gas prices. We're here at a pump right outside of Chicago. You can see that price sitting at $3.99. Some of those prices even higher right in the city of Chicago. In California, Los Angeles, they're seeing prices north of $5. That is about $1 more than it was this time last year.
I'm really worried about the cost of food and gases keep increasing, and people tend to panic with things like this as well.
Now, gasoline is going to be really, really, really high.
Gas prices through the roof and only seem to be climbing. Experts say the national average could jump to $4 a gallon by Memorial Day. People are demanding answers.
Oil companies made the decision to cut production
and lay off thousands of workers to better match that new reality. Now they've been scrambling to get back open.
Inflation worse than it's been in decades. Customers seeing prices at the grocery store higher than ever before.
Everyday Americans need to be able to afford stuff. I mean, if you're working 40 hours a week and you can feed your family or put a roof over your head.
In an exclusive NewsNation poll of just more than 1,000 registered voters, nearly 90% said they were somewhat or very concerned about the high prices. The inflation rate sitting at 7.5%, and its experts believe it could spike much higher, especially with persisting conflict in Russia and Ukraine. Economist Dr. Mickey Ferry hoping Biden will also address the status of his Build Back Better plan.
Reversing some of this dispersion, parts of that was in Build Back Better. So if there's a way to resurrect things like the expanded child tax credit and universal preschool, I hope he can move in that direction towards uniting Democrats to pass some form of Build Back Better.
Biden tonight also expected to tout the country's low unemployment rate and added 6 million jobs on his watch. He'll also talk to Americans who are struggling, like this landlord who says he's been forced to raise rent prices for his tenants.
Energy prices are up, heating the building is up. Anytime you need to hire somebody, the prices are much more.
Another problem for millions of Americans. Soaring rent prices are seen all across the nation.
How much would you say rent has gone up in just, say, the last year?
It's gone up across the country, average of 10 to 15%. And we are expecting the average rent to increase again this year.
2 years into the pandemic, with an end now in sight, but yet another crisis on the horizon.
Inflation is pretty much on the back of working Americans. It's never good when the middle class is starting to become obsolete in a country like America.
And many of the people that I've spoken to, they really fear that this Russian-Ukraine conflict, that it could further exacerbate the inflation as well as gas prices right here in the United States, Marnie.
And they may be right. Kelsey, thank you. Coming up next, see the issue of violent crime from the eyes of police. Correspondent Brian Enton rides along in a city feeling the pressure. Wait until you see what he encounters. The president will be addressing crime on our streets this evening as well. Set to deliver the first State of the Union, President Biden will be speaking to the nation in about a half an hour from now. A live look at the White House as we await the motorcade to depart.
Why hide your skin if Dupixent has your moderate to severe eczema or atopic dermatitis under control?
Hide my skin? Not me.
By hitting eczema where it counts, Dupixent helps heal your skin from within, keeping you one step ahead of eczema.
Hide my skin? Not me.
And that means long-lasting, clearer skin and fast itch relief for adults. With Dupixent, you can show more skin with less eczema.
Hide my skin? Not me.
Don't use if you're allergic to Dupixent. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain or vision changes, including blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. When you help heal your skin from within, you can change how your skin looks and feels. And that's the kind of change you notice. Talk to your eczema specialist about Dupixent, a breakthrough eczema treatment.
Non-attorney spokesperson. This is a paid advertisement for legal services sponsored by Nightline Legal. Cases assigned on a random basis to participating law firms. If you or a loved one were exposed to paraquat and later diagnosed with Parkinson's disease, call right now. You may be entitled to financial compensation. Paraquat, a highly toxic commercial herbicide, has been linked to a significant increased risk in developing Parkinson's disease. Exposure to paraquat can occur via mixing, loading or spraying, inhaling or ingesting, direct contact with skin or coming into contact with sprayed plants. Farmers, agricultural workers, as well as individuals who lived in close proximity to farmland that were later diagnosed with Parkinson's disease. Paraquat may be to blame. Call now to find out if you qualify. Don't be a victim. Get the help you deserve. There are time deadlines to file a claim, so don't wait. Call right now.
Call 1-800-433-5316. That's 1-800-433-5316.
I really needed to lose some weight for health issues. The major stress, I would say, from my weight was leaving my wife too soon. But that's all right, because we are on the plan now. We're ready to go. Right? Yeah. Yeah.
Take care of each other and get healthy with Nutrisystem's Partner Plan. Call or go online to get 50% off, plus an extra $50 off.
Hi, I'm Jeff from Nuts.com. When my grandfather started this business in 1929, he relied on 4 important values: freshness, quality, variety, and service. I'm proud to carry on his legacy, but from a bigger space. We still freshly roast, season, and dip delicious nuts here in New Jersey and deliver them with the freshest dried fruits, snacks, and sweets to families that love our products all around the country, including mine. We think you'll love Nuts.com too, so check us out and enjoy free shipping on your first order.
I'm Adrienne Banker. You're watching News Nation, news for all America.
Meet 3 moms who each like to bank their own way. Luckily, they've all got Chase. Smart bankers. Convenient tools. One bank with the power of both. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Showing appreciation with a perfect promotional item is a meaningful gesture that can be touched, held, and enjoyed. 4imprint can help your logo create moments that matter. Explore thousands of promotional products at 4imprint.com. 4imprint, for certain.
Welcome back. You are looking again, a live picture of the White House. We are awaiting President Biden to depart the White House and head over to the Capitol to deliver tonight's State of the Union address. We anticipate the president's speech will last more than an hour tonight, of course, covering the crisis in Ukraine. In addition, the pandemic and inflation, as we were just discussing, the things that matter most to Americans right now, of course, are safety and security, but also the situation here at home and the fatigue that many are experiencing as a result of the pandemic. There you see the president approaching his motorcade. It will take him a couple of minutes to head over to the Capitol. He'll be addressing both chambers tonight. This is a first since the pandemic began. Some of the COVID restrictions have been lifted. Masks are optional tonight, and he will be speaking to both chambers of Congress tonight. And this is a pivotal moment for the president because right now Vladimir Putin is sending in his Russian forces to the capital of Ukraine, into Kyiv, and the president has been monitoring the situation closely. Earlier today, he spoke with Ukrainian President Zelensky, talking about the support the United States has been able to provide in terms of defense mechanisms outside of the violent interactions we are seeing between Ukrainian forces and Russian forces. The president will be talking about that tonight and reassuring the American public of what the situation is and, more importantly, what is expected from Vladimir Putin and the United States response in the next couple of days and even the hours into tonight. The motorcade now leaving, headed to the Capitol. We'll be following the motorcade and also bringing you that address at the top of the hour. In the meantime, President Biden's first State of the Union address coming, as I said, at a challenging moment, a nationwide spike in violent crime among some of the concerns, and it happens at a time when many police departments are losing a record number of officers. Correspondent Brian Enton saw the problem firsthand, and he's joining us live tonight from Kansas City. Brian, just one night out with police, and I understand the dangers they face were very evident to you.
Yeah, Marty, I could not believe how busy it was. We were with them for one shift, and it was call after call after call. Violent crime, a big problem here and in many cities across America. So many waiting to see what the president will say about it tonight. Want to get a taste for just how busy police are in America?
Just east of 270 Prospect.
Just spend a night with an officer. That's what we did in Kansas City, Missouri, with Sergeant Terry Grimmett. It was non-stop. Right off the bat, a police chase of a guy reportedly armed with a gun. It didn't take long for cops to stop the car and arrest the driver.
The vehicle got stop-stick a couple times, so that helped slow the vehicle down and disable it.
Looks like he's passed out or hurt or something.
Then we were on to the next call.
Sir, are you doing all right?
A man overdosed on the side of the road. First responders jolted him back to life with Narcan.
Is what we just saw here pretty common?
Unfortunately, it is.
And it didn't stop. Another overdose. Another man reported to be waving a gun around. A person shot twice in front of this house. And then there were the people constantly running from Kansas City police. Most of the time, it's their policy to just let them go.
It's the nature of the beast. When you run, you let them go. We don't have nothing other than just traffic charges.
But there was obviously a reason they were running.
Oh, clearly. They were up to no good, but we might never know what they were doing or what they're about to do.
It's a frustrating time to be a cop, and it shows in the number of job vacancies nationwide. In Kansas City, they have 225 police officer openings. The latest data nationwide shows large departments hired 36% fewer officers as of May 2021.
You can't go out and bash the police and then say, why don't we have good police?
Is it hard right now recruiting?
Yes.
How hard?
Well, when I took the test back 34 years, I think there was 400 of us in the academy class. We gave a test a while back, there was 4.
The chief says recruitment and hiring has gotten a little bit better over the last couple of months, but it's still a big problem. Obviously, help from the federal government, additional funding would help. We'll have to see what the president says about that tonight. Marnie?
Brian Enton live in Kansas City. Brian, thank you. All eyes on the Capitol right now with President Biden addressing the nation in just a matter of moments. We'll be right back with more special coverage.
At J.P. Morgan, the only definition of wealth that matters is yours. It can be a smaller house, but a bigger nest egg, a goal to work toward, or the freedom to walk away. With 200 years of experience, personalized advice, and commission-free trades on an award-winning app, we're working for you. Planning, investing, advice. J.P. Morgan Wealth Management.
And a little bit of chicken fried, cold beer on a Friday night, a pair of jeans that fit just right, and the radio.
Get 5 boneless wings for $1 with any handcrafted burger, only at Applebee's.
Are you over the age of 50 and considering buying an annuity in the next 60 days? I have some important news for you. Don't buy an annuity until you understand the pros and cons of annuities. Call now for this free book on maximizing your income in retirement. Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers from leading financial firm J.D. Mellberg. That's right, free. This book reveals little-known truths about annuities in simple-to-understand terms. Grab a pen right now, because we're about to offer you this free book that unlocks the 5 little-known truths we believe baby boomers and seniors should know before buying an annuity, and it's free. Call 800-379-4046. As a bonus, we'll also throw in a free annuity rate report. We researched numerous products and summarized rates and benefits of annuities, all from Silac Insurance Company. Call 800-379-4046. That's 800-379-4046. Call now.
Got crypto brain? You could satisfy it by getting crypto the same way everyone else does. Or with a tax advantage at Alto Crypto IRA. With as little as $10, you can now put retirement dollars in crypto. Over 125 coins through Coinbase Exchange, including Bitcoin, all with the full tax advantages of an IRA. Everyone's got their eye on crypto. Get yours with the Alto Advantage. Sign up free at altoira.com/crypto.
So, you found the number 7 then?
It's amazing.
Hydrates better than the expensive stuff.
I don't live here, so I'm taking this and whatever's in the back.
It's already sold in the US.
But I'm not taking any chances.
The UK's best-kept skincare secret.
With Life Alert, one touch of a button can get you help fast.
I've fallen and I can't get up.
Don't worry, help is on the way. With any of Life Alert's 3 emergency systems, help can be summoned immediately, and batteries never need charging.
I was having a stroke, and I was scared to death.
If it weren't for Life Alert, I wouldn't be sitting here today. Life Alert is a lifesaver.
My husband is alive because of Life Alert.
Life Alert is the lifesaver to keep me out of assisted living.
Life Alert saves a life every 11 minutes.
For a free Life Alert brochure, call 1-800-830-1940. That's 1-800-830-1940. Call now. 1-800-830-1940.
About 20 minutes until the President's State of the Union address tonight. You're looking inside the chamber. Just moments ago, Vice President Kamala Harris entered the chamber along with some members of the Senate. We just saw Senators Schumer and Senators McConnell, and we are expecting the Joint Chiefs to enter the chamber next. It will be a full house tonight for the President's speech, not only discussing Ukraine, but so many matters that are important and critical to the American public. Leland Bittert is joining me once again from the nation's capital this evening. Leland, this will not be the first time a president addresses the nation in the midst of a crisis. Of course, most recently, 2003, when President Bush spoke to the nation, making a case to invade Iraq. And of course, an invasion happened just 2 months later. Important to note, though, with the situation in Ukraine right now, Leland, we're hearing from businesses from across the country and also across the world. This just in, Boeing is suspending parts, maintenance, and technical support services for Russian airlines. The company suspending major operations at its Moscow offices, which do a significant amount of business there. Leland, just another ramification of the situation unfolding.
Yeah, exactly. And this is the first time we've seen a State of the Union delivered while there was a real-time war going on overseas. So we can expect possibly for the split screen of the president speaking and what's going on in Kyiv tonight. You can see some of the senators in. Joe Manchin, the most powerful person in Washington, who is not the president of the United States, there. And it's going to be really interesting to see who is taken in the reaction shots, because the director knows, and you can see in these initial shots of inside the Capitol, of who is sitting where. You can see the placards behind people's chairs. That will tell you a lot about where they're going in this speech. I can imagine Meredith McGraw with Politico joining us. There's going to be a lot of focus on the Secretary of Defense and the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, probably not as much in any way on the typical political applause lines that we're used to in a State of the Union.
Yeah, State of the Union speeches can be boring. They can often be a laundry list of what presidents want to accomplish, what they want to see, policies that they want to set forward. But we know that the White House has been working overtime to rewrite their speech, to recraft what President Biden is going to be saying, just because of the situation that we're in. We are facing an international crisis. President Biden's approval numbers are at an all-time low, and Americans are really looking for reassurance. And we already know from what the White House has put forward with their excerpts that they released to the public that his focus, of course, is going to be on Ukraine, and it's going to be on the economy. So some of the other, things that we would expect to see in a State of the Union might not get as much attention.
Yeah, the motorcade just now arriving. So when we come back from break with Meredith of Politico, a little bit more on the blue and white that is overtaking the House chamber this evening, and we'll catch up with the president as he enters the Capitol. We'll be right back.
I think I changed my mind about these glasses.
Yeah, it happens. That's why VisionWorks gives you 100 days to change your mind. It's simple. Anything else I can help you with?
Like what?
VisionWorks. See the difference.
So, you found the number 7 then?
It's amazing.
Hydrates better than the expensive stuff.
I don't live here, so I'm taking this and whatever's in the back.
It's already sold in the US.
But I'm not taking any chances.
The UK's best kept skincare secret. What do we want delivered every month? Clumping litter, salmon pate. Love that for me. Choose the frequency and ship it. I feel so accomplished. Now you can pet me.
Get fast, free shipping for all your pet's needs. Chewy.
Non-attorney spokesperson. This is a paid advertisement for legal services sponsored by Nightline Legal. Cases assigned on a random basis to participating law firms. If you or a loved one were recently diagnosed with any form of lung cancer or mesothelioma, call right now. You may be entitled to financial compensation. Even if you smoked, your lung cancer or mesothelioma may have been a result of exposure to asbestos, and you may qualify for a cash award from the $30 billion in trust funds set aside for lung cancer and mesothelioma victims and their families. For decades, those who worked in the Navy, shipyards, mills, carpentry, firefighting, roofing, insulation, construction, and automotive industries may have unknowingly been exposed to asbestos and have an increased risk in developing lung cancer or mesothelioma. If you or a loved one were recently diagnosed with lung cancer or mesothelioma, even if your loved one has already passed, call right now. Your family still may be entitled to a cash award without ever having to go to court. There are time deadlines to file a claim, so don't wait. Call right now.
Call 1-800-224-8954.
Hi, I'm Jeff from Nuts.com. When my grandfather started this business in 1929, he relied on 4 important values: freshness, quality, variety, and service. I'm proud to carry on his legacy, but from a bigger space. We still freshly roast, season, and dip delicious nuts here in New Jersey and deliver them with the freshest dried fruits, snacks, and sweets to families that love our products all around the country, including mine. We think you'll love Nuts.com too, so check us out and enjoy free shipping on your first order.
Real cowboys get customized car insurance with Liberty Mutual, so we only pay for what we need.
Hey, Tex. Did someone else get a turn?
Yeah, hang on, I'm about to break my own record. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
It's easy to think that all money managers are pretty much the same, but at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Different how? You saw high commission investment products, right?
Nope, Fisher avoids them.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Never at Fisher Investments.
Okay, then you probably sneak in some hidden and layered fees.
No. We structure our fees so we do better when clients do better. That might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Hundreds of thousands of refugees and broken families with nowhere to go.
NewsNation has live continuing coverage.
The stakes are getting ever higher.
The facts, the journalism, the truth about what you need to know.
We have some breaking news to pass along to you right now. That Russian military convoy is actually 40 miles long.
You have alarms going off every couple of hours.
From the front lines to our homeland, continuing coverage on Russia at war. Stay tuned to NewsNation.
We want to welcome you back to our special coverage of the President's State of the Union address happening in about 15 minutes from now. The President has arrived at the Capitol. The motorcade is there, and the President now is outside of the House chamber in what they call the hold room. We also know tonight the Ukrainian ambassador has arrived in the chamber, going to be sitting with the First Lady this evening, the ambassador, U.S. Ambassador Oksana Markova. And I want to bring in my colleague, Leland Vittert. He is standing by live in Washington, D.C. And this is an important person who is part of tonight's speech and also a show of solidarity and support for the Ukrainian people, Leland, as we see many of the lawmakers wearing yellow and blue in reflection of what we're seeing happening overseas.
Yeah, exactly. It's become kind of bipartisan, Marty, as we talked to both Democrats and Republicans throughout the night. They either had on a Ukrainian flag pin or a lapel. The tradition of having somebody in the presidential box, the First Lady's box, during State of the Union was started by Ronald Reagan, and that began the theatrics, if you will, of the State of the Union. That it became this political television presentation, and the president could deliver the State of the Union, his vision for the Union, over 60 to 90 minutes uninterrupted, and over time it's become more and more theater and less substance of the actual State of the Union in terms of exactly where we're at, more where we've been and where we're going. Live pictures outside. You can see the president's motorcade and then the blue and white pins inside of the Ukrainian flag. Meredith McGraw with us tonight of Politico. Because both parties, right, leadership in the House and the Senate, send out their own talking points to their members. Has there been any change in how we are going to spin this because we are in the middle of an international crisis?
I think that's a great point and something that I'll be looking out for. Do Republicans change their tone considering this moment that we are in? We already know that Governor Kim Reynolds of Iowa is going to be giving the Republican response to the State of the Union. She's going to be talking about how she handled COVID, the pandemic in her own state. We can expect her to talk about things like about energy and the importance of American energy independence and how she made in-person schooling possible for kids in her own state. But how Republicans do respond in this moment. You were talking about theatrics early on. You know, something we all look for and watch for during the speech is how Republicans will respond to certain talking points. Do they jeer? Do they clap? The opposition party, how they handle that. So those will all be important sort of moments to watch.
How does the White House view this now in light of the Ukraine crisis? Because going to give the State of the Union address a month ago, things looked really bleak for the Biden administration. There were no wins to claim. There was no hope of Build Back Better. Now you don't have to deal with any of this. This allows the president to present himself to the country and to the world, which we know is watching, as a statesman and as commander-in-chief rather than as simply president of domestic policies.
Well, I think we're going to be waiting to see if President Biden can meet this moment. We're at an international crisis moment. People are discouraged by how the economy is going, how the administration has handled things like immigration. And, you know, the president has an opportunity to address the American people and to really deliver on what he called his mandate, and that was unity. It was something that he talked about in his own inaugural address, and something that I think he's going to try to revisit in this speech tonight.
Yeah, Meredith McGraw of Politico will be watching the speech with us. Meredith, thank you very much. One thing that you do not see in this House chamber, which is very different than last year, is masks. The second gentleman right there, Kamala Harris's husband. Nobody's wearing masks because just in the past 48 hours or so, Marnie, the White House, Washington, D.C., and Congress has decided that masks are no longer needed, so they are off. And the optics of this is incredibly important for a president who now has the opportunity to declare an end to the most visible part of the pandemic. And he is expected to basically say, we now, thanks to my policies, have the pandemic under control. Enjoy getting back to normal. And remember, the political implications of getting back to normal are so important. For Democrats here, and you're watching Nancy Pelosi and Kamala Harris there, Nancy Pelosi is presiding over Democrats in the United States House right now. They could lose 60 seats come the midterm elections. Getting back to normal was an enormous part of the Virginia election where Glenn Youngkin turned Virginia from blue to red by a 10-point swing. So watch tonight, not so much the dark blue progressivism to Joe Biden's base, but an attempt to really insulate what they call the frontline Democrats. Those are the Democrats in the swing districts that Democrats must hold in order to win back the House. With us, George Will, senior NewsNation contributor, Pulitzer Prize-winning columnist. We're watching some video from the pool as the president left the White House. He's now in the holding room. We're looking at the placards of the various people who are sitting so the TV director can take their shot at the appointed moment in the script. That said, I feel like we're going to see the chairman of the Joint Chiefs. We are going to see the Secretary of Defense and the Secretary of State a lot more in this State of the Union than we have ever seen before.
We should see them more. The estimate I've just heard is that it would be 1/3 Ukraine and 2/3 domestic policy, which seems to me to be about exactly wrong. It should be the other way around. One of the things we're going to see tonight is something that really should no longer occur. For the last 40 years, this has become a political pep rally. The members of Congress of the president's party leap up in enthusiasm to applaud his every recommendation. The opposing party sits morosely or sullenly. That's fine if they want to have this as a political event like this, but it is not right for the uniformed military, and particularly for the Supreme Court justices, to be down in the front row at a political pep rally, in my judgment.
Yeah, and Marnie, we remember John Roberts, and George will remember this as well, John Roberts, the Chief Justice, sitting there during President Obama's speech, Marnie, and he did not look at times very happy.
Well, and in addition to that, Leland, of course, and George, weigh in on this, the significance of Biden's pick to sit on the Supreme Court. Obviously a historic pick. How do you believe he'll address the nation on that front tonight and kind of turn the page in terms of the priorities that the nation wants to hear from, and also his own priorities in terms of his selection for the court?
Marnie, I'll translate that because George does not have the device to be able to hear you in our conversation. Big part of the moving forward, the fourth part of the Biden speech tonight, we'll be talking about the confirmation of his pick for the Supreme Court, the first female black justice on the Supreme Court. He won't be able to announce she will be confirmed because they haven't had confirmation hearings. They don't have a whip count. How significant will that part of the speech be for the progressive wing of the party?
among the three on the short list, she's probably the most progressive, the most pleasing to the left wing of the party, which is not to say she's a progressive jurist. I'm not sure what that category means, given the range of things justices have to deal with. But this is a feel-good moment, not just for the president, but for the country. It's nice to see this happen, first African-American woman on the Supreme Court. And I would expect her, A, to be confirmed, and B, to be confirmed with not a few Republican votes.
I think she got 3 Republican votes when she was nominated to the D.C. Circuit. Yes. Lindsey Graham, Lisa Murkowski, Susan Collins of Maine. So you can expect perhaps when President Biden is speaking about his pick for the Supreme Court, those 3 Republicans might come up, as will Joe Manchin, certainly the most powerful man in Washington who's not named Joe Biden, who we will see a lot of reactions. I want to get your thought on this. You said it's 1/3 Ukraine, 2/3 domestic policy. Which is exactly wrong. What else should the president not be talking about tonight? What will surprise you if he does?
I'd be surprised if he talks about some micro benefits he says he wants to shower on the country. For example, it is now said that he's going to release another 30 million gallons of oil from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. That's what Americans use every 39 hours. It will have no measurable, let alone any lasting effect on the price of gasoline.
Does these kinds of tidbits, and we know he's going to talk about that, he's going to say, I'm doing everything in my power to lower the price of gasoline because it's the way Americans see inflation on a daily basis. Does it really matter what he says, or do Americans feel the way they're going to feel because they see it at the gas pump?
Americans, and we don't know, by the way, how many of Americans are going to watch this tonight. But
it's going more than an hour, so you got a long time to tune in.
Exactly. An hour, not counting all the leaping to the feet and the applause and all the rest. I don't believe that speeches have that much effect, particularly since the modern president, Leland, is constantly in our living rooms, not to mention in our face. Modern presidents are ubiquitous thanks to television and other access they have to the American mind, and therefore one more speech is not a big event.
Now, the First Lady of the United States, Marty, coming in wearing, I can't quite tell whether that is blue or purple. That's purple, so no nod to Ukraine there. Interestingly enough, Marnie, and you see people holding Ukrainian flags in the audience, in all of the State of the Unions I've covered, I've never seen foreign policy be the preeminent issue. Obviously, you've had addresses to a joint session of Congress. You think George W. Bush after 9/11, George W. Bush before the Iraq War, but that was different. That wasn't the State of the Union speech, and as George pointed out, Marnie, it's very consistent in tradition. The State of the Union is the president's pageant, if you will, to lay out his domestic political agenda. The foreign policy side of this changes everything dramatically.
Right, and we're awaiting members of the president's cabinet to now enter the chamber. You know, Leland, I think to that point, you know, this is a situation where, as you brought up earlier this week, the president was asked by the press corps, are we in danger of a nuclear war? And I said at the moment that it sends chills up your spine as we see Antony Blinken enter the chamber, also the Secretary of Defense, Lloyd Austin. But Leland, when you consider the threat right now, not just to Ukraine, but to global democracy and the fragility of our freedoms, that is the moment that President Biden must seize tonight in terms of addressing the American public, reassuring people at home that we are safe, that we are secure, and that America is the leader and has a plan. And so the unity that has to really evolve around this speech tonight is critical, and it will come down to the reaction that we hear from both Democrats and Republicans. And of note, there are a number of Republicans who will not be attending tonight for a variety of reasons, COVID to be one.
Yeah, there's people who don't show up, and there's some who don't like being in a House chamber that you've got 1,400 of your closest friends, and it gets to be boilingly hot. Antony Blinken there and Lloyd Austin are the two men of the hour. My dear mother has just texted me to inform me on the TV that she has at home, Jill Biden, the First Lady's dress, does indeed look blue, which would make a lot more sense. So we'll get the color of our monitors here checked. This is what's fascinating, though. There's Pete Buttigieg, the Secretary of Commerce. There is what is called the designated survivor, because obviously you have the entire American government now in one room. And Marnie, as you very rightly pointed out, the president yesterday was asked, is there a chance of nuclear war, which is something he's never been asked now, as we're about 2 minutes from the speech. The designated survivor is cabinet-level official Gina Raimondo, the former governor of Rhode Island, well-regarded, was the Secretary of Commerce, extraordinarily successful and bipartisan as a governor. That was an interesting pick. Real quick, George, if Antony Blinken or Lloyd Austin was not there, that would send chills everywhere.
They would be busy elsewhere, and they have nothing to be busy with that should make us happy.
Yeah. So you're right, Marnie, to point out that there's a seriousness about tonight now that is far different, and you can't really cover the State of the Union tonight in the way you would any others. And you pointed out very correctly that there's going to be a lot of applause lines that will draw rounding bipartisan support about standing up for Ukraine. And it'll be interesting to see as we watch the Supreme Court justices the reaction shots when President Biden talks about his Supreme Court pick.
Absolutely, Leland. We're being told that the president will be entering the chamber shortly. The House Sergeant at Arms who will announce the president tonight is General William Walker, and the president then will glad hand speak with some of the senators and congressmen and women as he heads to the podium to deliver tonight's State of the Union. Leland, to the crisis in Ukraine, the president also will have to address some of the criticism tonight that he has received for not doing enough in terms of the lead up to the crisis in Ukraine. But on the flip side, the American intelligence machine really predicted this. And so you wonder, and George is welcome to weigh in here as well, how he will strike that balance in terms of we're there in support of the Ukrainian people, but we were warning that Vladimir Putin was intent on doing harm to the Ukrainian people, what his message will be to some of that criticism tonight.
You and I have talked about this, that the American intelligence community and the administration deserves a lot of credit for getting this spot on. The Ukrainians themselves asked the administration, asked President Biden and Antony Blinken to stop ringing the alarm bells. They said it was bad for business in Ukraine, and the administration kept going on. Probably that had a lot to do with the lessons learned from Afghanistan. But the great part about the State of the Union is the president doesn't have to address anything he doesn't want to address. It is his uninterrupted time. And you can expect him, I think, to speak more forward than back tonight. This speech, except for his accomplishments as he sees them in the economy and coming out of COVID, declaring the end of COVID, vaccines and the like, and returning to normal, this is a president who, at least from a foreign policy standpoint, won't really need to talk about the past, I don't think, George. In terms of the lead up to Ukraine, he will talk about what has happened since the invasion and how he has brought the world together.
And what he intends to do additionally, because I don't think anyone believes that the sanctions are now fully in place.
I'm just getting this now, Marnie, that we understand they're going to announce energy sanctions to beginning to roll in on Vladimir Putin's energy sector, which has been completely written out of any of the economic sanctions, quite possibly, and then also closing the U.S. airspace to Russian planes, meaning any Russian commercial planes. It appears as though, and I could be wrong unless this is the president himself coming in, I don't know who else we're waiting for. George, you've covered a lot of these. This is a pretty empty chamber.
It's remarkably empty, which surprises me, except that the security in the streets of Washington tonight is so severe that getting across town, I can tell you from bitter experience, is difficult. So that there may be some people who just tried to get there and aren't there yet. It's interesting, Leland, that among the Supreme Court justices I did not see is Sam Alito. And he is one, and the late Anthony Scalia was another, who thought it, again, inappropriate for Supreme Court justices to be at this occasion.
Yeah, and we see Speaker Pelosi and the Vice President speaking. We'll turn up the Nats sound to see if we hear the famous words from the Senate Sergeant, House Sergeant at Arms it is, we're a little behind schedule at this point, Marnie, in terms of getting the president down. But it is a remarkably empty chamber, and I think there will be some discussion about that in terms of the number of members who didn't show up for this, in terms of exactly how much we're back to normal. This probably is not the picture at 1 minute to the president's speech that the White House was hoping for.
All right, Leland, and we are hearing now that the president has headed to the chamber door. The House Sergeant at Arms will now be introducing the president in just a moment. Let's listen in.
Madam Speaker, the President of the United States.
Members of Congress, I have the high privilege and distinct honor of presenting to you the President of the United States.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you all very much. Thank you, General. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all very, very much. Thank you. Please. Thank you so much. Madam Speaker, Madam Vice President, our First Lady and Second Gentleman, members of Congress and the Cabinet, Justices of the Supreme Court, my fellow Americans. Last year, COVID-19 kept us apart. This year, we're finally together again. Tonight, we meet as Democrats, Republicans, and Independents, but most importantly, as Americans, with the duty to one another, to America, to the American people, to the Constitution, and an unwavering resolve that freedom will always triumph over tyranny. Thank you. 6 days ago, Russia's Vladimir Putin sought to shake the very foundations of the free world, thinking he could make it bend to his menacing ways. But he badly miscalculated. He thought he could roll into Ukraine and the world would roll over. Instead, he met with a wall of strength he never anticipated or imagined. He met the Ukrainian people. And President Zelensky, to every Ukrainian, their fearlessness, their courage, their determination literally inspires the world. Groups of citizens blocking tanks with their bodies. Everyone from students to retirees to teachers turned soldiers defending their homeland. And in this struggle, President Zelensky said in his speech to the European Parliament, "Light will win over darkness." The Ukrainian ambassador to the United States is here tonight, sitting with the First Lady. Let each of us, if you're able to stand and send an unmistakable signal to the world of Ukraine. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. She's bright, she's strong, and she's resolved. Yes, we, the United States of America, stand with the Ukrainian people. Throughout our history, we've learned this lesson. When dictators do not pay a price for their aggression, they cause more chaos. They keep moving, and the cost, the threats to America and America to the world keeps rising. That's why the NATO alliance was created, to secure peace and stability in Europe after World War II. The United States is a member, along with 29 other nations. It matters. American diplomacy matters. American resolve matters. Putin's latest attack on Ukraine was premeditated and totally unprovoked. He rejected repeated efforts at diplomacy. He thought the West and NATO wouldn't respond. He thought he could divide us at home, in this chamber, in this nation. He thought he could divide us in Europe as well. But Putin was wrong. We are ready. We are united, and that's what we did. We stayed united. We prepared extensively and carefully. We spent months building coalitions of other freedom-loving nations in Europe and the Americas, from America to the Asian and African continents, to confront Putin. Like many of you, I spent countless hours unifying our European allies. We shared with the world in advance what we knew Putin was planning and precisely how we would try to falsify and justify his aggression. We countered Russia's lies with the truth. And now that he's acted, the free world is holding him accountable, along with 27 members of the European Union, including France, Germany, Italy, as well as countries like the United Kingdom, Canada, Japan, Korea, Australia, New Zealand, and many others. Even Switzerland are inflicting pain on Russia and supporting the people of Ukraine. Putin is now isolated from the world more than he has ever been. Together, along with our allies, we are right now enforcing powerful economic sanctions. We're cutting off Russia's largest banks in the international financial system, preventing Russia's central bank from defending the Russian ruble, making Putin's $630 billion war fund worthless. We're choking Russia's access. We're choking Russia's access to technology that will sap its economic strength and weaken its military for years to come. Tonight, I say to the Russian oligarchs and the corrupt leaders who bilk billions of dollars off this violent regime, no more. The United States, I mean it. The United States Department of Justice is assembling a dedicated task force to go after the crimes of the Russian oligarchs. We're joining with European allies to find and seize their yachts, their luxury apartments, their private jets. We're coming for your ill-begotten gains. And tonight, I'm announcing that we will join our allies in closing off American airspace to all Russian flights, further isolating Russia and adding additional squeeze on their economy. He has no idea what's coming. The ruble has already lost 30% of its value. The Russian stock market has lost 40% of its value, and trading remains suspended. The Russian economy is reeling, and Putin alone is the one to blame. Together with our allies, we're providing support to the Ukrainians in their fight for freedom. Military assistance, economic assistance, humanitarian assistance. We're giving more than $1 billion of direct assistance to Ukraine, and will continue to aid the Ukrainian people as they defend their country and help ease their suffering. But let me be clear, our forces are not engaged and will not engage in the conflict with Russian forces in Ukraine. Our forces are not going to Europe to fight Ukraine, but to defend our NATO allies in the event that Putin decides to keep moving west. For that purpose, we have mobilized American ground forces, air squadrons, ship deployments to protect NATO countries including Poland, Romania, Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia. And as I've made crystal clear, the United States and our allies will defend every inch of territory that is NATO territory with the full force of our collective power. Every single inch. And we're clear-eyed. The Ukrainians are fighting back with pure courage. But the next few days, weeks, and months will be hard on them. Putin has unleashed violence and chaos, but while he may make gains on the battlefield, he'll pay a continuing high price over the long run. And a pound of Ukrainian people, the proud, proud people, pound for pound, ready to fight with every inch of energy they have. They've known 30 years of independence, have repeatedly shown that they will not tolerate anyone who tries to take their country backwards. To all Americans, I'll be honest with you, as I always promised I would be. A Russian dictator invading a foreign country has cost around the world. And I'm taking robust action to make sure the pain of our sanctions is targeted at the Russian economy, and that we use every tool at our disposal to protect American businesses and consumers. Tonight, I can announce the United States has worked with 30 other countries to release 60 million barrels of oil from reserves around the world. America will lead that effort, releasing 30 million barrels of our own strategic petroleum reserve. And we stand ready to do more if necessary, united with our allies. These steps will help blunt gas prices here at home, but I know news about what's happening can seem alarming to all Americans. But I want you to know we're going to be okay. We're going to be okay. When the history of this era is written, Putin's war in Ukraine will have left Russia weaker and the rest of the world stronger. Well, while it shouldn't have taken something so terrible for people around the world to see what's at stake, now everyone sees it clearly. We see the unity among leaders of nations, a more unified Europe, a more unified West. We see unity among the people who are gathering in cities and large crowds around the world, even in Russia, to demonstrate their support for the people of Ukraine. In the battle between democracy and autocracies, Democracies are rising to the moment, and the world is clearly choosing the side of peace and security. This is the real test, and it's going to take time. So let us continue to draw inspiration from the iron will of the Ukrainian people. To our fellow Ukrainian Americans who forged the deep bond that connects our two nations, we stand with you. We stand with you. Putin may circle Kyiv with tanks, but he'll never gain the hearts and souls of the Iranian people. He'll never extinguish their love of freedom, and he will never weaken the resolve of the free world. We meet tonight in an America that has lived through two of the hardest years this nation has ever faced. The pandemic has been punishing, and so many families are living paycheck to paycheck, struggling to keep up with the rising cost of food, gas, housing, and so much more. I understand, like many of you did. My dad had to leave his home in Scranton, Pennsylvania to find work. So like many of you, I grew up in a family when the price of food went up, it was felt throughout the family. It had an impact. That's when one of the first things I did as president was fight to pass the American Rescue Plan. Because people were hurting. We needed to act, and we did. Few pieces of legislation have done more at a critical moment in our history to lift us out of a crisis. It fueled our efforts to vaccinate the nation and combat COVID-19. Delivered immediate economic relief to tens of millions of Americans. It helped put food on the table. Remember those long lines of cars waiting for hours just to get a box of food put in their trunk. It cut the cost of health care insurance. And as my dad used to say, it gave the people just a little bit of breathing room. Unlike the $2 trillion tax cut passed in the previous administration that benefited the top 1% of Americans, the American Rescue Plan helped working people and left no one behind. Folks, and it worked. It worked. It worked. We created jobs, lots of jobs. In fact, our economy created over 6.5 million new jobs just last year. More jobs in 1 year than ever before in the history of the United States of America. The economy grew at a rate of 5.7 last year, the strongest growth rate in 40 years. And the first step in bringing fundamental change to our economy that hasn't worked for working people in this nation for too long. For the past 40 years, we were told the tax break for those at the top and benefits would trickle down and everyone would benefit. But that trickle-down theory led to a weaker economic growth, lower wages, bigger deficits, and a widening gap between the top and everyone else in nearly a century. Look, Vice President Harris and I ran for office, and I realize we have fundamental disagreements on this, but ran for office with a new economic vision for America. Invest in America, educate Americans, grow the workforce, build the economy from the bottom up and the middle out, not from the top down, because we know when the middle class grows, the poor have a way up and the wealthy do very well. America used to have the best roads, bridges, and airports on earth. And now our infrastructure is ranked 13th in the world. We won't be able to compete for the jobs of the 21st century if we don't fix it. That's why it was so important to pass the bipartisan infrastructure law. And I thank my Republican friends who joined to invest and rebuild America. The single biggest investment in history. It was a bipartisan effort, and I want to thank the members of both parties who worked to make it happen. We're done talking about infrastructure weeks. We're now talking about an infrastructure decade. And look, it's going to transform America, to put us on a path to win the economic competition of the 21st century that we face with the rest of the world, particularly China. I've told Xi Jinping it's never been a good bet to bet against the American people. We'll create good jobs for millions of Americans, modernizing roads, airports, ports, waterways, all across America. And we'll do it to withstand the devastating effects of climate change and promote environmental justice. We'll build a national network of 500,000 electric vehicle charging stations. Begin to replace the poisonous lead pipes so every child, every American has clean water to drink at home and at school. We're going to provide affordable, high-speed internet for every American, rural, suburban, urban, and tribal communities. 4,000 projects have already been announced. Many of you have announced them in your districts. And tonight, I'm announcing that this year, we will start fixing over 65,000 miles of highway and 1,500 bridges in disrepair. And folks, when we use taxpayers' dollars to rebuild America, we're going to do it by buying America. Buy American products. Support American jobs. The federal government spends about $600 billion a year to keep this country safe and secure. There's been a law on the books for almost a century to make sure taxpayers' dollars support American jobs and businesses. Every administration, Democrat or Republican, says they'll do it, but we're actually doing it. We'll buy America to make sure everything from the deck of an aircraft carrier to the steel on highway guardrails is made in America from beginning to end. All of it. All of it. But folks, to compete for the jobs of the future, we also need a level playing field with China and other competitors. That's why it's so important to pass the Bipartisan Innovation Act sitting in Congress that will make record investments in emerging technologies and American manufacturing. We used to invest almost 2% of our GDP in research and development. We don't now. China is. Let me give you one example why it's so important to pass. If you travel 20 miles east of Columbus, Ohio, you'll find 1,000 empty acres of land. It won't look like much, but if you stop and look closely, you'll see a field of dreams, the ground on which America's future will be built. That's where Intel, the American company that helped build Silicon Valley, is going to build a $20 billion semiconductor megasite, up to 8 state-of-the-art factories in one place, 10,000 new jobs. And in those factories, the average job about $135,000 a year. Some of the most sophisticated manufacturing in the world to make computer chips the size of a fingertip that power the world in everyday lives. From smartphones, technology to the internet, technology is yet to be invented. But that's just the beginning. Intel CEO Pat Gelsinger, who is here tonight. I don't know where Pat is. Pat, there you go. Pat, stand up. Pat came to see me, and he told me they're ready to increase their investment from $20 billion to $100 billion. That would be the biggest investment in manufacturing in American history. And all they're waiting for is for you to pass this bill. So let's not wait any longer. Send it to my desk. I'll sign it. And we'll really take off in a big way. And folks, Intel is not alone. There's something happening in America. Just look around and you'll see an amazing story. The rebirth of pride that comes from stamping products made in America. The revitalization of American manufacturing. Companies are choosing to build new factories here when just a few years ago they would have gone overseas. That's what's happening. Ford is investing $11 billion in electric vehicles, creating 11,000 jobs across the country. GM is making the largest investment in its history, $7 billion to build electric vehicles, creating 4,000 jobs in Michigan. All told, 369,000 new manufacturing jobs were created in America last year alone. Folks, powered by people I've met like JoJo Burgess from generations of union steelworkers in Pittsburgh, who's here with us tonight. Where are you, JoJo? There you go. Thanks, buddy. As Ohio Senator Sherrod Brown says, it's time to bury the label Rust Belt. It's time to see what used to be called the Rust Belt become the home of a significant resurgence of manufacturing. And with all the bright spots in our economy, record job growth, higher wages, too many families are struggling to keep up with their bills. Inflation is robbing them of gains they thought otherwise they would be able to feel. I get it. That's why my top priority is getting prices under control. Look, our economy roared back faster than almost anyone predicted. But the pandemic meant that businesses had a hard time hiring enough people because of the pandemic to keep up production in their factories. So you didn't have people making those beams that went into buildings because they were out. The factory was closed. The panic also disrupted the global supply chain. Factories close. When that happens, it takes longer to make goods and get them to the warehouses, to the stores, and prices go up. Look at cars last year. 1/3 of all the inflation was because of automobile sales. There weren't enough semiconductors to make all the cars that people wanted to buy. And guess what? Prices of automobiles went way up, especially used vehicles as well. And so we have a choice. One way to fight inflation is to drive down wages and make Americans poorer. I think I have a better idea to fight inflation. Lower your costs, not your wages. Folks, that means make more cars and semiconductors in America, more infrastructure and innovation in America, more goods moving faster and cheaper in America, more jobs where you can earn a good living in America. Instead of relying on foreign supply chains, let's make it in America. Look, economists call this increasing the productive capacity of our economy. I call it building a better America. My plan to fight inflation will lower your cost and lower the deficit. 17 Nobel laureates in economics said my plan will ease long-term inflationary pressures. Top business leaders, and I believe most Americans support the plan. And here's the plan. First, cut the cost of prescription drugs. We pay more for the same drug produced by the same company in America than any other country in the world. Just look at insulin. 1 in 10 Americans has diabetes. In Virginia, I met a 13-year-old boy, the handsome young man standing up there, Joshua Davis. He and his dad both have type 1 diabetes. which means they need insulin every single day. Insulin costs about $10 a vial to make. That's what it costs the pharmaceutical company. But drug companies charge families like Joshua and his dad up to 30 times that amount. I spoke with Joshua's mom. Imagine what it's like to look at your child who needs insulin to stay healthy and have no idea how in God's name you're going to be able to pay for it. What it does to your family, but what it does to your dignity, your ability to look your child in the eye, to be the parent you expect yourself to be. I really mean to think about that. That's what I think about. You know, yesterday, Joshua's here tonight, but yesterday was his birthday. Happy birthday, buddy, by the way. For Joshua and 200,000 other young people with type 1 diabetes, let's cap the cost of insulin at $35 a month so everyone can afford it. And drug companies will do very, very well, their profit margin. While we're at it, I know we have great disagreements on this floor with this. Let's let Medicare negotiate the price of prescription drugs. They already set the price for VA drugs. Look, the American Rescue Plan is helping millions of families with Affordable Care Act plans to save them $2,400 a year on their health premiums. Let's close the coverage gap and make these savings permanent. And second, let's cut energy costs for families, an average of $500 a year by combating climate change. Let's provide an investment tax credits to weatherize your home and your business, to be energy efficient and get a tax credit for it. Double America's clean energy production in solar, wind, and so much more. Lower the price of electric vehicles, saving another $80 a month that you're not going to have to pay at the pump. Folks, the third thing we can do to change the standard of living for hard-working folks is cut the cost of child care. Cut the cost of child care. Folks, if you live in a major city in America, you pay up to $14,000 a year for child care per child. I was a single dad for 5 years, raising 2 kids. I had a lot of help, though. I had a mom, a dad, a brother, and a sister that really helped. But middle class and working folks shouldn't have to pay more than 7% of their income to care for the young children. My plan would cut the cost of child care in half for most families and help parents, including millions of women who left the workforce during the pandemic because they couldn't afford child care, to be able to get back to work, generating economic growth. But my plan doesn't stop there. It also includes home and long-term care, more affordable housing, pre-K for 3- and 4-year-olds. All these will lower costs for families. And under my plan, nobody, let me say this again, nobody earning less than $400,000 a year will pay an additional penny in new taxes. Not a single penny. I may be wrong, but my guess is if we took a secret ballot in this floor, that we'd all agree that the present tax system ain't fair. We have to fix it. I'm not looking to punish anybody, but let's make corporations and wealthy Americans start paying their fair share. Look, last year, and like Chris Coons and Tom Carper and my distinguished Congresswoman, we come from the land of corporate America. There are more corporations incorporated in America than every other state in America combined. And I still won 36 years in a row. The point is, even they understand they should pay just a fair share. Last year, 55 of the Fortune 500 companies earned $40 billion in profit. and paid zero in federal taxes. Now look, it's not fair. That's why I proposed a 15% minimum tax rate for corporations. And that's why in the G7 and other meetings overseas, we're able to put together, I was able to be somewhat helpful, 130 countries agree on a global minimum tax rate. So companies can't get out of paying their taxes at home by shipping jobs and factories overseas. It'll raise billions of dollars. That's why I propose closing loopholes for the very wealthy who pay a lower tax rate than a teacher and a firefighter. So that's my plan, but we have to go in more detail later. We will grow the economy, lower the cost of families. So what are we waiting for? Let's get this done. We all know we've got to make changes. Folks, and while you're at it, confirm my nominees for the Federal Reserve, which plays a critical role in fighting inflation. My plan will not only lower costs and give families a fair shot, it will lower the deficit. The previous administration not only ballooned the deficit with those tax cuts for the very wealthy and corporations, it undermined the watchdogs, the job of those to keep pandemic relief funds being wasted. Remember we had those debates about whether or not those watchdogs should be able to see every day how much money was being spent, where was it going to the right place? In my administration, the watchdogs are back. And we're going to go after the criminals who stole billions of relief money meant for small business and millions of Americans. Tonight, I'm announcing that the Justice Department will soon name a chief prosecutor for pandemic fraud. And look, I think we all agree, thank you. By the end of this year, the deficit will be down to less than half of what it was before I took office. The only president ever to cut the deficit by more than $1 trillion in a single year. Lowering your cost also meant demanding more competition. I'm a capitalist, but capitalism without competition is not capitalism. Capitalism without competition is exploitation. It drives up profits. And corporations have to compete. Their profits go up and your prices go up when they don't have to compete. Small businesses and family farmers and ranchers, I need not tell some of my Republican friends from those states. Guess what? You got 4 basic meat packing facilities. That's it. You play with them or you don't get to play at all. And you pay a hell of a lot more. A hell of a lot more because there's only 4. See what's happening with ocean carriers and moving goods in and out of America. During the pandemic, about half a dozen or less foreign-owned companies raised prices by as much as 1,000% and made record profits. Tonight, I'm announcing a crackdown on those companies overcharging American businesses and consumers. And folks, and as Wall Street firms take over more nursing homes, quality in those homes has gone down and costs have gone up. That ends on my watch. Medicare is going to set higher standards for nursing homes and make sure loved ones get the care they deserve and that they inspect and they will look at closely. We're also going to cut costs to keep the economy going strong and giving workers a fair shot, provide more training and apprenticeships, hire them based on skills, not just their degrees. Let's pass the Paycheck Fairness Act and paid leave. Raise the minimum wage to $15 an hour and extend the child tax credit so no one has to raise a family in poverty. Let's increase Pell Grants, increase our historic support for HBCUs, and invest in what Jill, our First Lady who teaches full-time, calls America's best-kept secret, community colleges. Look, let's pass the PRO Act. When a majority of workers want to form a union, they shouldn't be able to be stopped. When we invest in our workers and we build an economy from the bottom up and the middle out together, we can do something we haven't done in a long time. Build a better America. For more than 2 years, COVID has impacted every decision in our lives and the life of this nation. And I know you're tired, frustrated, and exhausted. That doesn't even count the close to 1 million people who sit at a dining room table or a kitchen table and look at an empty chair because they lost somebody. But I also know this, because of the progress we've made, because of your resilience and the tools that we have been provided by this Congress, tonight I can say we're moving forward safely back to more normal routines. We've reached a new moment in the fight against COVID-19, where severe cases are down to a level not seen since July of last year. Just a few days ago, the Center for Disease Control and Prevention issued a new mask guidelines. Under the new guidelines, most Americans and most of the country can now go mask-free. And based on projections, more of the country will reach a point across the next couple of weeks. And thanks to the progress we've made in the past year, COVID-19 no longer need control our lives. I know some are talking about living with COVID-19, but tonight I say that we never will just accept living with COVID-19. We'll continue to combat the virus as we do other diseases. And because this virus mutates and spreads, we have to stay on guard. And here are 4 common sense steps as we move forward safely, in my view. First, stay protected with vaccines and treatments. We know how incredibly effective vaccines are. If you're vaccinated and boosted, you have the highest degree of protection. And we'll never give up on vaccinating more Americans. Now, I know parents with kids under 5 are eager to see their vaccines authorized for their children. Scientists are working hard to get that done. We'll be ready with plenty of vaccines if and when they do. We're all ready. We are also ready with antiviral treatments. If you get COVID-19, the Pfizer pill reduces your chances of ending up in the hospital by 90%. I've ordered more pills than anyone in the world has. Pfizer is working overtime to get us 1 million pills this month and more than double that next month. And now we're launching the Test to Treat initiative. So people can get tested at a pharmacy, and if they prove positive, receive the antiviral pills on the spot at no cost. Folks, if you're immunocompromised or have some other vulnerability, we have treatments and free high-quality masks. We're leaving no one behind or ignoring anyone's needs as we move forward. On testing, we've made hundreds of millions of tests available, and you can order them for free to your doorstep. And we've already ordered free tests. If you already ordered free tests tonight, I'm announcing you can order another group of tests. Go to covidtest.gov starting next week, and you can get more tests. Second, we must prepare for new variants. Over the past, we've gotten much better at detecting new variants. If necessary, we'll be able to develop new vaccines within 100 days instead of maybe months or years. And if Congress provides the funds we need, we'll have new stockpiles of tests, masks, pills ready if needed. I can't promise a new variant won't come, but I can promise you we'll do everything within our power to be ready if it does. Third, we can end the shutdown of schools and businesses. We have the tools we need. It's time for America to get back to work and fill our great downtowns again with people. People working from home can feel safe and begin to return to their offices. We're doing that here in the federal government. The vast majority of federal workers will once again work in person. Our schools are open. Let's keep it that way. Our kids need to be in school. With 75% of adult Americans fully vaccinated and hospitalizations down by 77%, most Americans can remove their masks and stay in the classroom and move forward safely. We achieved this because we provided free vaccines, treatments, tests, and masks. Of course, continuing this costs money, so I'll not surprise you. I'll be back to see you all. And I'm going to soon send a request to Congress. The vast majority of Americans have used these tools and may want again. We may need them again, so I expect Congress, and I hope you'll pass that quickly. Fourth, we'll continue vaccinating the world. We've sent 475 million vaccine doses to 112 countries, more than any nation on earth. We won't stop, because you can't build a wall high enough to keep out a vaccine. The vaccine can stop the spread of these diseases. You know, we've lost so much in COVID-19. Time with one another. The worst of all, the loss of life. Let's use this moment to reset. So stop looking at COVID as a partisan dividing line. See it for what it is, a god-awful disease. Let's stop seeing each other as enemies and start seeing each other for who we are, fellow Americans. Look, we can't change how divided we've been. It was a long time in coming. But we can change how to move forward on COVID-19 and other issues that we must face together. I recently visited the New York City Police Department days after the funerals of Officer Wilbur Mora and his partner, Officer Jason Rivera. They were responding to a 9/11 call when a man shot and killed them with a stolen gun. Officer Moore was 27 years old. Officer Rivera was 22 years old. Both Dominican Americans who grew up in the same streets that they later chose to patrol as police officers. I spoke with their families, and I told them they were forever in debt for their sacrifices and will carry on their mission to restore the trust and safety in every community deserves. Like some of you that have been around for a while, I've worked with you on these issues for a long time. I know what works. Investigating crime prevention and community policing, cops who walk the beat, who know the neighborhood, and who can restore trust and safety. Let's not abandon our streets or choose between safety and equal justice. Let's come together and protect our communities, restore trust, and hold law enforcement accountable. That's why the Justice Department has required body cameras, banned chokeholds, and restricted no-knock warrants for its officers. That's why the American Rescue Plan that you all provided $350 billion that cities, states, and counties can use to hire more police, invest in more proven strategies. Proven strategies like community violence interruption, trusted messengers, breaking the cycle of violence and trauma, and giving young people some hope. We should all agree the answer is not to defund the police, it's to fund the police. Fund them. Fund them. Fund them with resources and training. Resources and training they need to protect our communities. I ask Democrats and Republicans alike to pass my budget and keep our neighborhoods safe. And we'll do everything in my power to crack down on gun trafficking of ghost guns that you can buy online, assemble at home, no serial numbers, can't be traced. I ask Congress to pass proven measures to reduce gun violence. Pass universal background checks. Why should anyone on the terrorist list be able to purchase a weapon? Why? Why? And folks, ban assault weapons with high-capacity magazines that hold up to 100 rounds. You think the deer are wearing Kevlar vests? Look, repeal the liability shield that makes gun manufacturers the only industry in America that can't be sued. The only one. Imagine had we done that with the tobacco manufacturers. These laws don't infringe on the Second Amendment. They save lives. The most fundamental right in America is the right to vote and have it counted. And look, it's under assault. In state after state, new laws have been passed. Not only to suppress the vote, we've been there before, but to subvert the entire election. We can't let this happen. Tonight I call on the Senate to pass the Freedom to Vote Act, pass the John Lewis Act, Voting Rights Act. And while you're at it, pass the Disclose Act so Americans know who's funding our election. Look, tonight, I'd like to honor someone who dedicated his life to serve this country. Justice Breyer, an Army veteran, constitutional scholar, retiring Justice of the United States Supreme Court. Justice Breyer, thank you for your service. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I mean it. Get up, stand, let them see you. Thank you. And we all know, no matter what your ideology, we all know one of the most serious constitutional responsibility a president has is nominating someone to serve on the United States Supreme Court. As I did 4 days ago, I've nominated the Circuit Court of Appeals, Ketanji Brown Jackson, one of our nation's top legal minds, who will continue in Justice Breyer's legacy of excellence. A former top litigator in private practice, a former federal public defender, from a family of public school educators and police officers. She's a consensus builder. Since she's been nominated, she's received a broad range of support, including the Fraternal Order of Police and former judges supported by Democrats and Republicans. Folks, if we're to advance liberty and justice, we need to secure our border and fix the immigration system. And as you might guess, I think we can do both. At our border, we've installed new technology like cutting-edge scanners to better detect drug smuggling. We've set up joint patrols with Mexico and Guatemala to catch more human traffickers. We're putting in place dedicated immigration judges in a significant larger number so families fleeing persecution and violence can have their cases heard faster, and those who don't legitimately hear can be sent back. We're screening, we're securing commitments and supporting partners in South and Central America to host more refugees and secure their own borders. We can do all this while keeping lit the torch of liberty that has led a generation of immigrants to this land, my forebears and many of yours. Provide a pathway to citizenship for dreamers, those with temporary status, farm workers, essential workers. Revise our laws so businesses have workers they need and families don't wait decades to reunite. It's not only the right thing to do, it's economically smart thing to do. That's why the immigration reform is supported by everyone from labor unions to religious leaders to the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. Let's get it done once and for all. Folks, advancing liberty and justice also requires protecting the rights of women. The constitutional right affirmed by Roe v. Wade, standing precedent for half a century, is under attack as never before. If you want to go forward, not backwards, we must protect access to health care, preserve a woman's right to choose, and continue to advance maternal health care for all Americans. And folks, for our LGBTQ+ Americans, let's finally get the Bipartisan Equality Act to my desk. The onslaught of state laws targeting transgender Americans and their families, it's simply wrong. I said last year, especially to our younger transgender Americans, I'll always have your back as your president so you can be yourself and reach your God-given potential. Folks, as I've just demonstrated, while it often appears we do not agree, and that we do agree on a lot more things than we acknowledge. I signed 80 bipartisan bills into law last year, from preventing government shutdowns, to protecting Asian Americans from still too common hate crimes, to reforming military justice, and will soon be strengthening the Violence Against Women Act that I first wrote 3 decades ago. It's important. It's important for us to show the nation we can come together and do big things. So tonight I'm offering a unity agenda for the nation. 4 big things we can do together, in my view. First, beat the opioid epidemic. There's so much we can do. Increase funding for prevention, treatment, harm reduction, and recovery. Get rid of outdated rules and stop doctors from prescribing treatments. Stop the flow of illicit drugs by working with state and local law enforcement to go after the traffickers. And if you're suffering from addiction, you should know you're not alone. I believe in recovery, and I celebrate the 23 million Americans in recovery. Second, let's take on mental health, especially among our children whose lives and education have been turned upside down. The American Rescue Plan gave schools money to hire teachers and help students make up for lost learning. I urge every parent to make sure your school does just that. They have the money. We can all play a part. Sign up to be a tutor or a mentor. Children were also struggling before the pandemic: bullying, violence, trauma, and the harms of social media. As Frances Haugen, who is here tonight with us, has shown, we must hold social media platforms accountable for the national experiment they're conducting on our children for profit. Folks, thank you. Thank you for the courage you showed. It's time to strengthen privacy protections, ban targeted advertising to children, demand tech companies stop collecting personal data on our children, and let's get all Americans the mental health services they need. More people can turn for help, and full parity between physical and mental health care if we treat it that way in our insurance. Look, the third piece of that agenda is support our veterans. Veterans are the backbone and the spine of this country. They're the best of us. I've always believed that we have a sacred obligation to equip those we send to war and care for those in their family when they come home. My administration is providing assistance in job training, housing, and now helping lower-income veterans get VA care debt-free. And our troops in Iraq and Afghanistan have faced many dangers, one being stationed at bases breathing in toxic smoke from burn pits. Many of you have been there. I've been in and out of Iraq and Afghanistan over 40 times. These burn pits that incinerate waste, the waste of war, medical and hazardous material, jet fuel, and so much more. And they come home, many of the world's fittest and best trained warriors in the world. Never the same. Headaches, numbness, dizziness. A cancer that would put them in a flag-draped coffin. I know. One of those soldiers was my son, Major Bo Biden. I don't know for sure if the burn pit that he lived near, that his hooch was near, in Iraq and earlier than that in Kosovo, is the cause of his brain cancer, the disease of so many other troops. But I am committed to find out everything we can, committed to military families like Danielle Robinson from Ohio, the widow of Sergeant First Class Heath Robinson. He was born a soldier, Army National Guard, combat medic in Kosovo and Iraq, stationed near Baghdad, just yards from burn pits the size of football fields. Danielle is here with us tonight. They love going to Ohio State football games. And they love building Legos with their daughter. But cancer from prolonged exposure to burn pits ravaged Heath's lungs and body. Danielle says Heath was a fighter to the very end. He didn't know how to stop fighting, and neither did she. Through her pain, she found purpose to demand that we do better. Tonight, Danielle, we are going to do better. The VA is pioneering new ways of linking toxic exposure to disease, already helping more veterans get benefits. And tonight, I'm announcing we're expanding eligibility to veterans suffering from 9 respiratory cancers. I'm also calling on Congress to pass a law to make sure veterans devastated by toxic exposure in Iraq and Afghanistan finally get the benefits and the comprehensive health care they deserve. And fourth and last, let's end cancer as we know it. This is personal. This is personal to me and to Jill and to Kamala and so many of you. So many of you have lost someone you love. Husband, wife, son, daughter, mom, dad. Cancer is the #2 cause of death in America, second only to heart disease. Last month, I announced the plan to supercharge the cancer moonshot that President Obama asked me to lead 6 years ago. Our goal is to cut cancer death rates by at least 50% over the next 25 years, and I think we can do better than that. Turn cancers from death sentences into treatable diseases. More support for patients and their families. To get there, I call on Congress to fund what I call ARPA-H, Advanced Research Projects Agency for Health, patterned after DARPA and the Defense Department. Projects that led in DARPA to the internet, GPS, and so much more to make our forces more safer and be able to wage war with more clarity. ARPA will have a singular purpose: to drive breakthroughs in cancer, Alzheimer's and diabetes, and more. A unity agenda for the nation. We can do these things. It's within our power, and I don't see a partisan edge to any one of those 4 things. My fellow Americans, tonight we've gathered in this sacred space, a citadel of democracy, in this Capitol. Generation after generation of Americans have debated great questions amid great strife and have done great things. We fought for freedom, expanded liberty, debated totalitarianism and terror. We built the strongest, freest, and most prosperous nation the world has ever known. Now is the hour, our moment of responsibility, our test of resolve and conscience, of history itself. It is in this moment that our character of this generation is formed. Our purpose is found. Our future is forged. Well, I know this nation. We'll meet the test, protect freedom and liberty, expand fairness and opportunity, and we will save democracy. As hard as those times have been, I'm more optimistic about America today than I've been my whole life, because I see the future that's within our grasp, because I know there's simply nothing beyond our capacity. We're the only nation on earth that has always turned every crisis we've faced into an opportunity. The only nation that can be defined by a single word: possibilities. So on this night, on our 245th year as a nation, I've come to report on the state of the nation, the State of the Union. And my report is this: the State of the Union is strong because you, the American people, are strong. We are stronger today. We are stronger today than we were a year ago. And we'll be stronger a year from now than we are today. This is our moment to meet and overcome the challenges of our time. And we will, as one people, one America, the United States of America. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you. Go get him.
61-minute speech by President Biden as he heads out of a half-empty chamber for his first official State of the Union address, announcing that we are free from most of the pandemic. And along with George Will, I'm Leland Vittert as the president shakes hands with some of the Joint Chiefs. The first 10 minutes of this speech about Ukraine was some of the best 10 minutes I've ever seen Joe Biden on the stump, and then we went right back to the guy we thought we were going to get before Ukraine began.
The guy we get from every president every year, which is a long list of achievements that he has got or the achievements he hopes to get. And I just cannot believe that the American people want to watch this. It'd be interesting to see a graph of the viewership of this, and I imagine it peaked at the 10-minute mark, as you say.
Well, the first 10 minutes were important. They were different. They were aspirational. What was the calculus by the White House to then go right into the laundry list?
Leland, it may be all they know how to do. I mean, the political class has its own habits, as most classes have, and I think this is their default position.
The most striking thing to me, you and I said this, we said it just before the president came out. They wanted a full chamber. They announced the end of COVID at this speech. Nothing says the end of COVID like a full chamber, and yet it was at least half empty.
And we really don't have an explanation for that. Usually, Leland, some legislators will get there 2 hours before the speech so they can sit on the edge of the aisle and touch the president as he goes by. There was barely any of that this year.
Yeah, anybody who wants a handshake can get one. That's Dan Kildee of Michigan, the House Deputy Whip. Conceivably, he is one of the 60 what they call frontline Democrats. That would be Democrats who the Republicans are targeting this time around. What was in the speech other than the "don't defund, fund the police" line?
That was an important line because...
Tell you what, let's take a listen to it just to remember. We're trying to find
The answer is not to defund the police. It's to fund the police. Fund them. Fund them. Fund them with resources and training. Resources and training they need to protect our communities. I ask Democrats and Republicans alike to pass my budget and keep our neighborhoods safe.
Maybe I'm making too much of it, but in the reaction shot, which we didn't see, the camera cut to Republicans, Steve Scalise and the minority leader, jumping to their feet with thunderous applause. I'm wondering whether the more progressive wing of the Democratic Party was doing the same thing.
I doubt it. This was a kind of mild sister soldier moment. Remember Bill Clinton, when he was running, saying, I want to be a different kind of Democrat, picked a fight with a black entertainer who had said some extravagantly sort of hostile things. Well, this was, in Joe Biden's mild way, this was his sister soldier moment, because he knows that defund the police is probably the most destructive political slogan in recent history.
In this speech, it seemed to be that there was the nod to the progressive wing of the Democratic Party, but at each line, whether it was about immigration, whether it was about crime, talking about refunding the police, there was this nod to the moderate wing of the Democratic Party, to the suburban moms. There was no nod to the teachers union per se, and there was a nod to suburban moms saying we are going to keep schools open.
Schools, education grades K through 12 is probably the most intimate friction between the government and the individual nowadays, because the schools, under the control of the teachers unions, have in many cases moved education grades K through 12 into an adversarial stance against parents themselves, and it is an extremely explosive problem for the Democrats.
We said that this was going to be a different State of the Union because it was suddenly serious. You made the point that so many State of the Unions are unserious because of the last 50 minutes of the speech, a laundry list of political wants and desires. The very top of the speech was something special. Here is the president in Ukraine Sat 3. All right, so we're going to listen, if we can, to President Biden, the first 10 minutes of his speech as he was speaking directly to the Ukrainian people. That's Ukraine soundbite 3.
In the battle between democracy and autocracies, democracies are rising to the moment, and the world is clearly choosing the side of peace and security. This is the real test, and it's going to take time. So let us continue to draw inspiration from the iron will of the Ukrainian people. To our fellow Ukrainian Americans who forged the deep bond that connects our two nations, we stand with you. We stand with you. Putin may circle Kyiv with tanks, but he'll never gain the hearts and souls of the Iranian people. He'll never extinguish their love of freedom, and he will never weaken the resolve of the free world.
Iranian people versus Ukrainian people, you can be forgiven a slip of the tongue, but this was a different top of the State of the Union than you've ever seen?
I think so, and the crucial moment in the entire speech was right there where he said the democracies are rising to the moment. That's what has made the last 3 weeks quite historic. And there was a sly, almost amusing moment in there where the president said, without cracking a smile, even Switzerland has become involved in enforcing some of the financial penalties on Russia. It used to be said as an old joke that a world war is a war without Switzerland. Switzerland has joined this one.
Yeah, we're trying to listen in a little bit and see if we get any of the sound from the president saying hello to folks. There's not really anything we can hear. He has a couple of new enemies. Russian oligarchs was a big one there. He's going to take away their planes. COVID fraudsters was also on the list. These are popular enemies for a president to have. Evidently, we don't have that. We don't have we don't have that soundbite. We'll keep going.
He was also not fond of the drug companies,
right? And
the corporations that don't pay taxes. Although
those
they're
are old enemies, though.
They are old enemies, but oldies but goodies from a Democratic president.
We're going to get to the soundbite in a second, but is building a better America have any more chance than Build Back Better? Because at least from the speech, I couldn't tell a difference between the two.
Well, there's a magic belief in labels in Washington. If you can't change reality, change the labels.
We're going to go now to soundbite 11 about COVID. And you see the president, I think this may be the only member of Congress I saw with a mask. Take a listen.
And thanks to the progress we've made in the past year, COVID-19 no longer need control our lives. I know some are talking about living with COVID-19, but tonight I say that we never will just accept living with COVID-19. We'll continue to combat the virus as we do other diseases. And because this virus mutates and spreads, we have to stay on guard.
Does the president get credit from the American people for shutting down the virus as he would like?
He'll get a kind of gratitude for ending what the American people really have ended on their own. It's been fascinating to watch a nation of 331 million people simply shrug and say we're done with what we consider irrational, constantly changing, self-defeating public health protocols.
As we listened to this speech, was there something that you heard that you didn't think you would?
No. I'm sorry to say.
Is there anything you wish you had heard that you did not?
Yes, I would like to have heard him say more that what we're really committed to is economic vigor. Instead, we got all this long litany about Buy America. Now, the one thing we know is if you insist on buying the materials, say, for your infrastructure projects from America, as opposed to competitive products from overseas, you're going to have less money, and therefore you're going to build less in your infrastructure because you're paying more for the materials. It's a trade-off, and it's not, I think, a helpful one.
And I at least did not hear a single policy proposal that did not involve massive government spending.
I think that's right, but that is, again, this is the party of government. You can't fault it. You don't expect them to come in on the State of the Union and change their stripes.
Thinking now about what you and I talked about now for the past 24 hours that he had to do, and our NewsNation polling showed he had to do. We're hearing right now the Park Police helicopter flying overhead as the area around the U.S. Capitol right now is probably one of the most secure places in the world, if not the most secure place in the world. You and I talked about that the president had to acknowledge that the American people are feeling pain, and you can't dismiss it. Inflation, about halfway through, SOT number 6.
And with all the bright spots in our economy, record job growth, higher wages, too many families are struggling to keep up with their bills. Inflation is robbing them of gains they thought otherwise they would be able to feel. I get it. That's why my top priority is getting prices under control. Look, our economy roared back faster than almost anyone predicted. But the pandemic meant that businesses had a hard time hiring enough people because of the pandemic to keep up production in their factories. So you didn't have people making those beams that went into buildings because they were out. The factory was closed. The panic also disrupted the global supply chain. Factories close. When that happens, it takes longer to make goods and get them to the warehouses, to the stores, and prices go up. Look at cars last year. 1/3 of all the inflation was because of automobile sales. There weren't enough semiconductors to make all the cars that people wanted to buy. And guess what? Prices of automobiles went way up, especially used vehicles as well. And so we have a choice. One way to fight inflation is to drive down wages and make Americans poorer. I think I have a better idea to fight inflation. Lower your costs, not your wages.
And spend an enormous amount more money. I felt when listening to it, it was, yes, I feel your pain, but it's not my fault.
Well, first he trotted out a straw man. Some people say the way to fight inflation is to lower wages. I've never heard anyone say that.
Yeah, I was curious.
Then he said the way to fight inflation is, and I've forgotten what he said, the fact is the way to fight inflation is to don't start it in the first place. And the way you start inflation is too much money chasing too few goods, which is to say the way you start inflation is by increasing federal spending in trillion-dollar tranches, which is what we did. The president treated inflation as something like a summer storm that appears out of nowhere for no apparent reason. I think there are reasons for inflation.
Well, and interestingly enough, and Nancy Pelosi previewed this, right? He was going to go through in the beginning of his speech and list all the things he had done for the American people. That was the American Rescue Plan. That was spending trillions of dollars that we didn't have on this. Interesting text I got from a keen observer in terms of what he didn't say, and we sort of touched on this a little bit, but no mention really of January 6th. Not much mention of climate change. There were some references to environmental justice, and we're going to do this, that, and the other thing. There did not seem to be the hard left progressive President Biden that we saw, say, last summer.
I think Mr. Biden has got the message that is deep in his polls, which is he, by aligning himself with the most progressive wing of his party, has endorsed what they call transformation. And very few American voters went to the polls in 2020 and said, I want to transform America. They didn't vote for transformation. They voted for normalization. And I don't think they got it.
There was one Democratic congresswoman who said, we did not elect Franklin Roosevelt, we elected normal.
Exactly.
In this. Going back to the audiences, we've talked an enormous amount about the domestic political audience that watched this speech, which probably, I can't imagine really that there were many minds changed in it. I don't know if you would disagree with that. But to the flip side, the other capitals around the world that we talked about watching this, London, Kyiv, Moscow, Beijing.
I think they loved the first 10 minutes, and they should have. This was the United States saying, we are not retreating from the world. We are not going to be the policeman of the world, but we are going to be the orchestrator of world coalitions. And I think the members of the coalition liked hearing that.
The members of the coalition liked hearing that, and President Biden says, I'm going to keep them together. Even Switzerland, Ukraine sought number 2. President Biden, and this had an unusual tone in terms of President Biden's foreign policy. I never heard him speak like this, saying that to the Russian oligarchs, we are coming for you, and to Vladimir Putin personally, we are going to cause you pain. Take a listen.
Tonight, I say to the Russian oligarchs and the corrupt leaders who built billions of dollars off this violent regime, no more. The United States, I mean it. The United States Department of Justice is assembling a dedicated task force to go after the crimes of the Russian oligarchs. We're joining with European allies to find and seize their yachts, their luxury apartments, their private jets. We're coming for your ill-begotten gains. And tonight, I'm announcing that we will join our allies in closing off American airspace to all Russian flights, further isolating Russia and adding additional squeeze on their economy. He has no idea what's coming. The ruble has already lost 30% of its value.
Again, some of the best time at a podium by Joe Biden in his political career.
Yes, when he said that this Russian stock market has lost 40% of its value, that's a stunning demonstration that in a globalized world with nations all wound up in the same flows of capital, globalization is a way of bringing to heel renegade states.
I've never heard an applause line in a speech in the capital of the United States about punishing another country in that way. I thought it was a stunning moment. George Will with us throughout the night. Thank you very much. We await the Republican response, probably the least desirable job in American politics, to deliver the response to the State of the Union. The governor of Iowa is coming up in 5 minutes. Kelly Meyer is in the Capitol as she's tracking down some of the lawmakers who are inside, and obviously there were a lot who were not inside the chamber, which may be more of the story. Good evening, Kelly.
Good evening, and I actually want to touch on something that wasn't mentioned. We're talking a lot about what he did talk about. What he didn't talk about here tonight was Afghanistan. That did not come up at all, and you heard, I believe it was Lauren Boebert, yell something about the 13 of them, possibly referring to those 13 service members that were killed at Abbey Gate in Afghanistan. This was a huge moment, a pivotal point for President Biden, and a point that has affected how he is responding to the crisis now in Ukraine and getting Americans out of Ukraine as soon as possible because of what they saw happen, the chaotic evacuation that we saw this past summer. But none of this made it into his address, even though he did discuss his push to help veterans, his push to address toxic exposure to burn pits. But Afghanistan was something that was completely left out of this speech, and maybe that will be brought up in the Republican response here. But it was something that I took note of.
Yeah, it's a great point. We had discussed it as well, Kelly. Nothing about Afghanistan, although in fairness, it's not often that the president in his State of the Union talks about the failures of the past as he tries to look forward. What did you make of the fact that there were a lot of Republican members who were not there in the chamber? And I know a lot of them said to you and said to me when I asked, oh, we couldn't get tests. At the same time, Lauren Boebert and Marjorie Taylor Greene were both there. The two people or three people you'd think would really try to make a point of not being there and have some kind of sideshow did not.
Yeah, and it's interesting, and they had some things they maybe wanted to shout out. That's why they wanted to be there. But just texting with some sources here on Capitol Hill, that's the response we're getting from Republican members, is that they didn't want to take this COVID test, the COVID testing requirement that allowed you to attend this address. They didn't want to go through it. We saw a list of Republican lawmakers who didn't want to go in there for it and taking a stand. I am not really hearing any other reason why right now, but we are still reaching out to some Republican and Democratic lawmakers about this, and you can probably see them lining up behind me as they're giving their response to President Biden's address here tonight. But it is interesting. There were empty seats, but some of those were also for guests. Again, no guests were allowed. We normally ask lawmakers or members of Congress who their guest is going to be, but that was still not allowed here tonight. So you saw things slowly changing. Obviously, we saw that masks were not required here in the House any longer. You didn't see anybody with masks there on the House floor, which was something to see after 2 years of being up here with masks around. But as far as where the Republicans were, why they wanted to, really not show up here tonight, right now it was just for the COVID requirements is what we're hearing.
Yeah, and in fairness, we'll have to sort of see how many Republicans versus how many Democrats actually, in the end, did not show up to this. Kelly Meyer right now in the Capitol. She'll be getting some of the members coming by, both of the House and the Senate, in the spin room over the next couple of hours. Kim Reynolds, the governor of Iowa, just about 45 seconds away for the GOP response. It'll be worth noting what she says about Ukraine, if anything, what she says, if anything, about Afghanistan, as Kelly Meyer pointed out. Niall Stanage, real quick, any spin from the White House in the past 5 minutes?
I haven't seen anything in the past 5 minutes. I think they're letting President Biden speak for himself for the moment.
Yeah, he heads out on the trail tomorrow. We now go to Iowa. Kim Reynolds, the governor of Iowa, with the Republican response.
Good evening. I'm Kim Reynolds, governor of the great state of Iowa. Like you, I just watched the president's address. I listened as the governor of our state, as a mom and a grandmother of 11 who's worried our country is on the wrong track. We're now 1 year into his presidency, and instead of moving America forward, it feels like President Biden and his party have sent us back in time to the late 70s and early 80s, when runaway inflation was hammering families, a violent crime wave was crashing our cities, and the Soviet Army was trying to redraw the world map. Even before taking the oath of office, the president told us that he wanted to, quote, make America respected around the world again, and to unite us here at home. He's failed on both fronts. The disastrous Afghanistan withdrawal did more than cost American lives. It betrayed our allies and emboldened our enemies. North Korea is testing missiles again at an alarming rate. The Speaker of the House recently warned our Olympic athletes not to speak out against China. And now Russia has launched an unprovoked, full-scale military invasion of Ukraine, an attack on democracy, freedom, and the rule of law. Now all Americans must stand united in solidarity with the brave people of Ukraine as they courageously defend their country against Putin's tyranny as they fight for their freedom. But we shouldn't ignore what happened in the run-up to Putin's invasion, waiving sanctions on Russian pipelines while eliminating oil production here at home, focusing on political correctness rather than military readiness, reacting to world events instead of driving them. Weakness on the world stage has a cost, and the president's approach to foreign policy has consistently been too little, too late. It's time for America to once again project confidence. It's time to be decisive. It's time to lead. But we can't project strength abroad if we're weak at home. And that's what I want to discuss with you tonight. The President and Democrats in Congress have spent the last year either ignoring the issues facing Americans or making them worse. They were warned that spending trillions would lead to soaring inflation. They were told that their anti-energy policies would send gas prices to new heights. But they plowed ahead anyway, raising the price at the pump by 50% and pushing inflation to a 40-year high. 4 decades ago, when our nation was last reeling from inflation, I was a young working mom just starting out. My husband Kevin worked days while I watched our girls, and then we would literally switch. We would pass in the yard as he was coming home, and I was leaving to work evenings at the local grocery store. From across that checkout counter, I saw the pain of inflation on my neighbors' faces. I saw what happens when prices rise faster than wages. The Biden administration believes inflation is a, quote, high-class problem. I can tell you, it's an everybody problem. I saw moms and dads' paychecks buy them less and less. I watched working people choose which essentials to take home and which ones to leave behind. And now President Biden's decisions have a whole new generation feeling that same pain. When I took the oath of office 5 years ago, I promised Iowans that I would never lose sight of who I was working for, that I wouldn't become detached from the problems they were facing, from the problems that I had faced myself. But you don't have to check groceries to see what high inflation does to people. You just need to step outside of the D.C. bubble. Talk to Americans about what's on their mind. Ask them, what are your concerns? What keeps you up at night? And they'll tell you. And I can tell you what's not on that list. They won't tell you that spending trillions more and bankrupting their children is the answer to their problems. They won't tell you that we should be paying people not to work. And they certainly won't tell you that we should give billions in tax giveaways to millionaires and billionaires in Democrat-controlled states like California, New York, and New Jersey. But that's what the Biden administration has been pushing for over the last year. And that's all part of Build Back Better. Thankfully, the president's agenda didn't pass because even members of his own party said enough is enough. Well, the American people share that view. Enough is enough. And it's not just with D.C. spending. Americans are tired of a political class trying to remake this country into a place where an elite few tell everyone else what they can and cannot say, what they can and cannot believe. They're tired of people pretending the way to end racism is by categorizing everybody by their race. They're tired of politicians who tell parents they should sit down, be silent, and let government control their kids' education and future. Frankly, they are tired of the theater, where politicians do one thing when the cameras are rolling and another when they believe you can't see them, where governors and mayors enforce mandates but don't follow them, where elected leaders tell their citizens to stay home while they sneak off to Florida for sun and fun, where they demand that your child wear a mask, but they go maskless. So you've heard the excuses. They were just holding their breath. But it's the American people who are waiting to exhale, waiting for the insanity to stop. We now live in a country where violent crime is out of control. Liberal prosecutors are letting criminals off easy, And many prominent Democrats still want to defund the police. You know, it seems like everything is backwards. The Biden administration requires vaccines for Americans who want to go to work or protect this country, but not for migrants who illegally cross the border. The Department of Justice treats parents like domestic terrorists, but looters and shoplifters roam free. The American people are left to feel like they're the enemy. This is not the same country it was a year ago. The president tried to paint a different picture tonight, but his actions over the last 12 months don't match the rhetoric. It's not what he promised when he took office. But it doesn't have to be that way. There is an alternative. Across the nation, Republican governors and legislators are showing Americans what conservative leadership looks like, what it means to respect the people we serve, to hear them out, to stand up for them and walk alongside them. We know that our problems require bold action, but we also know that bold action doesn't have to mean government action. It's Americans making their own decisions for their own families and future. Republican governors face the same COVID-19 virus head-on. But we honored your freedoms and saw right away that lockdowns and school closures, they came with their own significant cost, that mandates weren't the answer. And we actually listened to the science, especially with kids in masks and kids in schools. What happened and is still happening to our children over the last 2 years is unconscionable. Learning loss, isolation, anxiety, depression. In so many states, our kids have been left behind, and so many will never catch up. That's why Iowa was the first state in the nation to require that schools open their doors. I was attacked by the left, I was attacked by the media, but it wasn't a hard choice. It was the right choice. And keeping schools open is only the start of the pro-parent, pro-family revolution that Republicans are leading in Iowa and states across this country. Republicans believe that parents matter. It was true before the pandemic, and it has never been more important to say out loud. Parents matter. They have a right to know and to have a say in what their kids are being taught. Families also have every right to live in a safe and a secure community. And that begins with a safe and secure country. But the Biden administration has refused to secure our border. They've refused to provide the resources to stop human trafficking, to stop the staggering influx of deadly drugs coming into our neighborhoods. They've refused to protect you. With Texas and Arizona leading the way, I, along with Republican governors from several states, have sent resources to the border. And we've actually gone to the border, something that our president and vice president have yet to do since taking office. On the economy, the contrast couldn't be more stark. While Democrats in D.C. are spending trillions, sending inflation soaring, Republican leaders around the country are balancing budgets and cutting taxes because we know that money spent on Main Street is better than money spent on bureaucracy. Today, I signed legislation that eliminates Iowa's tax on retirement income and sets our tax rate at 3.9%. That's less than half of what it was just 4 years ago. And it shouldn't come as a surprise that out of the top 20 states with the lowest unemployment rates, 17 have Republican governors. Republicans may not have the White House, but we're doing what we can to fill the leadership vacuum. And on the issues that are affecting Americans, Republicans are leading. We're standing up for parents and kids. We're standing up for life. We're keeping our communities safe and thanking those in uniform. We're fighting to restore America's energy independence, and that includes biofuels. We're getting people back to work, not paying them to stay home. Most of all, we're respecting your freedom. Behind me stands Iowa's Capitol, where we display our state motto, our liberties we prize and our rights we will maintain. And those aren't just empty words. It's a belief that the greatness of this state and this country lies in our people, not government. You shouldn't have to wake up every morning and worry about the next thing the government is going to do to you, your business, or your children. If we as elected leaders are doing our job, then the government is working well, but operating in the background. It's supporting the ingenuity and spirit of our people, not drowning them out. It's keeping them safe, not restricting their freedom. That's what I believe, that's what Republicans believe, and that's what Republicans are doing. I am so blessed to be the governor of Iowa, where people are humble, hardworking, and patriotic. We take care of each other. And yes, we are, as they say, Iowa nice. But you don't have to be from Iowa to see that those are the values of America at its best. All of America. Over the last few years, I've put my faith in Iowans, and they haven't let me down. I encourage this president to do the same, to put his faith in you, the American people, who have never wavered in your belief in this country, regardless of who leads it. Because you know, you've shown that the soul of America isn't about who lives in the White House. It's men and women like you in every corner of this nation who are willing to step up and take responsibility for your communities, for your neighbors, and ultimately for yourself. By that most important measure at least, the state of our union is indeed strong. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless the United States of America.
Kim Reynolds, the governor of Iowa, with the Republican response. Probably the least envious job in American politics every year is delivering the opposing party's response to the State of the Union. Joined now by Sarah Muha, Axios' political correspondent, Niall Stanage, our partners over at the Hill's White House correspondent. Sarah, first with you. She managed all of the pitfalls that have befallen former response givers. I'm thinking about the glass of water memes and the chapstick memes. Why her, and is this a defining moment other than just defined by it was a fairly well-delivered speech?
Right, well, the governor became somewhat of a celebrity among Republicans early on during COVID. In her response, she really spoke out against what she saw as the Biden administration's sort of overreach in terms of mask mandates, vaccine requirements. And in that, she spoke a little bit about this today. She talked about the importance of schools, like we talked about earlier. And no, she didn't have any of those unfortunate moments, but I think she's been pretty adamant about the fact that she's not looking for any office higher than Iowa. She's not looking to do a presidential run, at least that's what she says. So
that's what everybody says, though.
That is what everyone says. Take that with a grain of salt.
In fairness, Niall, I'm fascinated by the mirror images of the two speeches, because it felt like the first 10 minutes of President Biden's State of the Union had sort of been tacked on to what was the boilerplate already written speech of a laundry list of wants, and we're going to rename Build Back Better, look at what we've done, and then here's our wish list. And in the same way, this was a minute or two of foreign policy tacked on to the Republican complaints, and here's what Republicans do well. The one thing that surprised me was on a night so critical in American foreign policy, it was clear there was a decision made by the Republicans to give no quarter to a president on the world stage in a way American presidents haven't been perhaps or faced with this kind of crisis in 60 years.
Yeah, and I think that is actually a high-risk strategy, politically speaking. The question of whether we should put partisanship aside is always a vexing question, right? Because there are genuine differences of opinion sometimes. But to go right at this moment with such a forceful frontal attack on the president was interesting to me. Just to connect that to your broader point that you were asking, Sarah, about defining moments. To me, tonight was really about this battle to define President Biden one way or another. He was stepping away from the idea of left-wing stuff or radical stuff, talking about fund the police, that program he put forth, sort of national unity, really trying to appeal to the voters who'd elected him in the first place in the centre ground. When Governor Reynolds came up to give the response, it was, naturally enough, completely different from that. It was about painting Biden and the Democrats as quite radical leftist figures.
Well, yeah. You saw President Biden on a couple of different points, right? On funding the police, on securing the border, talking about a number of different issues in ways that progressives were probably not too happy, Sarah.
I was going to say, but also in a way, just to finish your thought, this is the Republican Party attempting to define itself as well in a year and maybe even a couple elections that we've seen them struggling to sort of have a party platform. We kind of saw the governor give some sense of what they're looking to say. But yes, you're right. I think that progressives are likely, we haven't seen too much of a response from them yet, but what we can likely predict is that they're not going to be pleased, especially with that fund the police line. Cori Bush, the congresswoman from Missouri or St. Louis area, she has been fairly outspoken in previous years even about the importance of what she believes to be defunding the police.
Yeah, no, and it certainly caused a lot of headaches for the Biden administration. This was a pretty public slapdown. And I'm wondering, Niall, what is the White House's strategy going into the midterms? There's 60 what they call frontline Democrats who are quite literally on the front lines because of their poll numbers and because of their districts. Compare, contrast Kim Reynolds talking about schools, 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 schools. That's what worked in Virginia in a Democrat plus 10 state, to Joe Biden's very mild pushback on the teachers union saying we are not going to shut down schools again.
Yeah, I think one of the most interesting developments in recent years has been a diminution of the Democratic traditional advantage on education as that schools issue has risen in salience. Now, in terms of the White House strategy, I think there's actually quite a lot here about trying to unpick the previous branding of legislation like Build Back Better. I think that was seen as a label that just didn't really work.
So now we have Building Better America.
Well, I think what
insert America in the middle of a foreign policy crisis, and maybe we've got a shot here. Because I couldn't tell, Sarah, you covered Build Back Better intimately on the Hill. Could you tell a difference?
There wasn't much of a difference, but branding does make a difference, as we have discussed here, and Democrats do have a bit of a branding problem, and they're sort of trying to find their footing with the backdrop of this giant war that's brewing over in Eastern Europe.
And that was the top of the speech. George Will said it. All of us thought it as we were watching. Some of the very best of Joe Biden that has ever been delivering a speech was the first 10 minutes of tonight's State of the Union about Ukraine, talking bluntly about what he was going to do to Vladimir Putin. Take a listen.
To all Americans, I'll be honest with you, as I always promised I would be. A Russian dictator invading a foreign country has cost around the world. And I'm taking robust action to make sure the pain of our sanctions is targeted at the Russian economy, and that we use every tool at our disposal to protect American businesses and consumers. Tonight, I can announce the United States has worked with 30 other countries to release 60 million barrels of oil from reserves around the world. America will lead that effort, releasing 30 million barrels of our own strategic petroleum reserve. And we stand ready to do more if necessary, united with our allies. These steps will help blunt gas prices here at home, but I know news about what's happening can seem alarming to all Americans. But I want you to know we're going to be okay.
This was a day after President Biden had to say we're not going to have a nuclear war, Niall. What was the White House's thinking in only making this 1/6, 10 minutes of a 60-minute speech about Ukraine, when this issue that he seems to be handling pretty well could have been so much more of a reset? He could have turned himself into a foreign policy president. By my count, he mentioned, obviously, Vladimir Putin a number of times. Xi Jinping and China got 2 mentions, neither of which in a direct foreign policy way.
I honestly think the issue, bluntly, Leland, is the White House doesn't think people vote on that issue. Of course they want to see America stand strong. Of course they want to see sensible leadership. But are people going to switch their votes from one side to another because they think President Biden has been good at galvanizing a multilateral alliance? That's tough, I think, for the White House to believe, especially when you have these very urgently felt issues, inflation, which he talked about to some degree, and the COVID pandemic, as such visceral forces in people's day-to-day lives.
Yeah, just ask George H.W. Bush, who had enormous success.
Right.
And then all of a sudden lost the election. Marnie, you and I talked a lot before this speech about President Biden needing to be empathetic and sharing with Americans, I feel your pain. He said it a couple of times, and then you had Kim Reynolds say the same thing. If there was only one thing between these 2 speeches that was identical, it was the person giving it sharing a personal story about them dealing with inflation as a young person.
Right, and I think one stark difference that I noticed, I mean, Kim Reynolds, Governor Reynolds, reached out and really appealed to parents who are facing some of the ramifications of the pandemic, sending our kids to school with masks. Do they wear them or not? But Leland, I think what struck me, and this really plays into what you all are discussing, is President Biden's approach tonight in terms of the situation in Ukraine, because we almost all paused, right? I mean, there is a war happening. There are forces on the ground in Ukraine right now watching Russian troops invade the capital, Kyiv, and we're talking about domestic policy. Now, the president had a tough job tonight to talk about inflation, which Americans care about, the cost of milk, the cost of gas, also the pandemic, and what do we do next? We're going into year 3. But I found it difficult, and I don't know if people at home felt this as well, but I'm watching what's happening right now in the last 24 hours going into day 7 of this battle. And so I'm curious, you know, the response in the next day or so to the president's speech tonight in terms of the substance of what he said about the situation in Ukraine, the tone he hit tonight, the message, the honesty to the American people, and also, did he rally his base? Did he, you know, get forth the message he wanted to on his stalled domestic agenda? But all of that aside, there's a war going on, and 10 minutes in, we've moved on. Now, that said, the pandemic is something that has changed all of our lives, Leland, and I want to play a moment from the president tonight talking about the pandemic, and in terms of substance, he did go through a number of topics in terms of what we expect here in the next year when it comes to vaccines, masks, and also antiviral treatments to help us get out of this. Take a listen.
And thanks to the progress we've made in the past year, COVID-19 no longer need control our lives. I know some are talking about living with COVID-19, but tonight I say that we never will just accept living with COVID-19. We'll continue to combat the virus as we do other diseases. And because this virus mutates and spreads, we have to stay on guard.
Leland, I think there's a couple points to make here in terms of the pandemic. We all want to be optimistic that we're going to get out of this thing, and you can discuss back and forth living with the pandemic and what's that like. But the reality are the numbers. And when you look at the total deaths in the United States, 951,616. Tomorrow that number will grow. Weekly deaths from COVID right now, over 12,000 people compared to a year ago. 14,000 people a week were dying from COVID. So we haven't seen a huge decrease in some of those really critical numbers in terms of where we're out in the pandemic. So did the president strike what he needed to in terms of leaving people feeling optimistic about what's next, and also in terms of the substance, providing some specific examples into how we live life moving forward? I think those are key moments that folks are going to take away tonight, Leland, as you're talking about the situation in Ukraine and COVID, which is the issue at hand.
Yeah, for sure, and you make a great point. And the most visible sign of the pandemic is now gone. around the country, and that was evident tonight. They wanted the picture of everyone sitting there without masks on, and it's probably no coincidence that somehow the mask mandate in D.C., at the White House, and in Congress, and a number of states for schools ended today. But Marnie, you bring up a very good point. Was this a change in the numbers? Because you can look at a lot of metrics and say they have not really changed on COVID. Or was this a fact with the White House realizing from a political statement that the American people had moved on, and now you're like the French Revolutionary, you've got to figure out where your people are going so you can lead them? And the White House learned, and they learned in Virginia when it came to masks in schools and school shutdowns, and they learned through their polling that continuing the perpetual pandemic, the enthusiasm for the pandemic as a talking point, was no longer working. And Joe Biden talking about how what he would do of shutting down the pandemic and was not working for them. So they moved on from that situation. And I think you're going to see now over the next week or so that narrative really flush out in Democratic talking points.
All right, Leland, we're going to do a quick reset and another hour of coverage straight ahead. And once again, good evening to you. You are watching News Nation, a special report, the State of the Union address from President Biden just a while ago. I'm Marnie Hughes, along with my colleague Leland Vittert. Tonight, the president did hit back against Russia, even harder for its invasion of Ukraine. Of course, tonight the world is watching. This crisis on the ground in Ukraine is getting worse. Tonight, Russia targeting 2 major cities with missiles. In response, and in front of America, President Biden announcing major action against Russia. The U.S. is closing its airspace to Russian planes. That was announced tonight. A task force will target Russian oligarchs, and the U.S. will release 30 million barrels of oil from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve to try to ease the gas prices here at home. The president calling out Russian President Vladimir Putin tonight, saying a Russian dictator invading a foreign country has costs around the world.
In the battle between democracy and autocracies, democracies are rising to the moment, and the world is clearly choosing the side of peace and security. This is the real test, and it's going to take time. So let us continue to draw inspiration from the iron will of the Ukrainian people. To our fellow Ukrainian Americans who forged the deep bond that connects our 2 nations, we stand with you. We stand with you. Putin may circle Kyiv with tanks, but he'll never gain the hearts and souls of the Iranian people. He'll never extinguish their love of freedom, and he will never weaken the resolve of the free world.
Again, he will never weaken the resolve of the free world. In just a moment, I'm going to be speaking with retired Lieutenant General Richard Newton about what this all means for the war on the ground in Ukraine. Even as this president spoke tonight, Russian troops are invading. First, I want to bring in, once again, my colleague Leland Vittert, live in the nation's capital. Leland, a minute into this 61-minute speech, the president did zero in on Russia's action against the Ukrainian people. I guess the question is, did he reassure Americans security and safety tonight amid this crisis?
The president did what he needed to do as a president, which is say that I am in control of the situation. I am here. I am rebuilding America overseas. America is back. I have brought everybody together, he said. And as George Will, NewsNation contributor, Pulitzer Prize-winning columnist, aptly noted, I have brought everybody together, including Switzerland, to sanction President Vladimir Putin. By far the best 10 minutes I've ever seen President Biden speaking was those 10 minutes. How was this interpreted in Moscow?
I think it was interpreted as the fact that the United States is not, as Putin hopefully assumed, that we were in retreat. Biden has had the best 3 weeks of his presidency, and the best 3 weeks of any modern presidency in many ways, in bringing the allies together against Putin. And it's quite a change, Leland, from the disaster almost 7 months ago at the gates of the Kabul airport. That was followed by, about 4 months ago, and you just mentioned it a moment ago, the Virginia election. And the Virginia election seems to have got the attention of the Democratic Party. When Youngkin won the governorship of Virginia for the Republicans, stressing public schools, with all that that implied, with the matter of the masks and the remote learning and all the rest, that had irritated parents across the country. And I think tonight completed a course correction that began with the Virginia election.
Yeah, it certainly seemed like a major attack to the center once you got past the 10 minutes. We'll see if the poll numbers then come through to get your best 3 weeks, if the poll numbers start to turn around. Bring in Debbie Dingell, Congresswoman from the great state of Michigan, who is with us now. Congresswoman, what do you make of this tack to the center by President Biden?
I don't think it's a total attack to the center. I think that what the president did tonight was try to unite us. I am so sick and tired of labels. And I think he was trying to remind us all that we're Americans. He started out the beginning of the speech talking about Ukraine and uniting us as Americans, being focused on helping the people of Ukraine and joining with allies around the country, and then talked about a unity agenda at the end of the speech and talked about making it in America, creating jobs. And I love the fact he talked about cars and putting the Rust Belt behind us. So I thought he gave a great speech, but it's the Joe Biden I have known, honestly, since, I mean, I've known him now for almost 4 decades, but I think he really worked hard tonight to try to remind us there's far more that brings us together than divides us.
What specifically in terms of policies did he bring up that illustrates to you he's willing to change and adapt after some of the policy failures you and I have talked about on the show? I'm thinking about Build Back Better versus Building a Better America. Those two seem like carbon copies of each other. Where's the nod to a bipartisan group of policies that could conceivably get passed?
Okay, let's start with, you did not hear the words Build Back Better. So I think that the fact that we didn't hear this and we didn't hear that bill, and we're trying to put the tension of the last few months. But are you going to tell me that Republicans, the Senate passed it in a very bipartisan way, don't believe that we need to do something like yesterday about chips? Are you going to tell me the Republicans don't want to bring the supply chain back to this country? They don't want to create jobs here? Do you not think that Republicans want to do so? I work with many of them on opiate drug addiction, about addressing mental health issues, about taking care of our veterans. There is a lot of common ground, and we are all united in working with our allies and standing up for the people of Ukraine.
No, I understand that, and the first 10 minutes I think you may have heard us say was some of the best 10 minutes we've ever heard of President Biden. What do you make of the decision in this time of great crisis to have such a politicized speech rather than spending time on what has been a great 3 weeks for President Biden of Ukraine and foreign policy? I didn't hear one meaningful mention, for example, about China, about North Korea, about the other threats that we're having that President Biden could have played off the Ukraine success with.
So first of all, I'm going to say this was a speech that's called the State of the Union. Most commonly, it does talk about domestic policy. He started out, which was clearly on the minds of everybody, what is the threat to the United States about this Russia attack on Ukraine? But, you know, he acknowledged inflation is real. He knows that people are hurting and that we have to address that inflation. He talked about how we've got to make sure that we're addressing the oil supply and addressing the potential increase of gasoline costs. I think that the things he talked about are on the minds of American people, and that if he hadn't talked about them, you would be saying to me, why did he duck them? Why did he not talk about them?
No, you made a very good point, and we talked earlier about the fact that the two things that united the Republican response and the President's State of the Union were these very personal stories about how they dealt with inflation. I know it's an issue back in Michigan. You and I have talked about it as well, and one you've been trying to deal with. Congresswoman, it's always good to see you, and I have to say, I do admire the bipartisanship. It's a great yellow scarf. We appreciate you taking the time with us tonight.
I look forward to talking to you again soon. Thank you.
You are always welcome. Back with George Will now. I was struck still when she said the State of the Union is a domestic policy speech.
Doesn't need to be. All the Constitution says is the president shall from time to time, and that does not mean every damn year, frankly, from time to time shall give a report on the State of the Union. Now, the State of the Union has, in terms of the presidency, most to do with foreign policy. That's where he reigns supreme. That's where his discretion is and ought to be broadest.
Now, Debbie Dingell was making the reverse point that what Americans care about the most is inflation and the wish list of social programs.
No question about it, that Americans are only interested in foreign policy when foreign policy makes them be interested. And it's one of the president's job is to keep foreign policy from dominating our lives. And that's what the president is doing with regard to Ukraine. It's a shame in a way that people can't understand that that's his primary responsibility, not daycare. Social policy ought to come from Congress and will eventually come from Congress if it comes from anywhere.
Foreign policy is what people care about when they care and their security is threatened. Put up the NewsNation poll in terms of what Americans are most concerned about. Now, granted, this was taken before we knew the full extent of how bad things were in Ukraine and the potential for things to escalate. Inflation, 55%, 33% said COVID-19, only 12% said unemployment is the biggest problem facing the United States. Did President Biden do enough to let Americans know, I feel your pain? And did he convince Americans that even though I'm not doing a lot I could do for opening up energy reserves, opening up drilling on federal lands, all the policies that the oil industries are screaming about, that we as Americans should sacrifice with higher gas prices?
Leland, in about 7 hours, this beautiful city is going to be bathed in a new day, and it's going to look remarkably the way it did yesterday. And it's going to be remarkably the way it was yesterday in terms of the political divisions and the political passions and the political expectations. We should not expect, although every year for some reason we do, that one speech to the Congress is going to be a lever that will move the world.
Memorial Day, we are not going to be talking about this, and we will not be talking at the midterms of how, on election night up here, how this State of the Union changed things. And Marnie, I think the one real takeaway and the intersection that we are seeing minute by minute between the Ukraine crisis and the president's domestic agenda is this issue of inflation as it comes down to gas prices. It is a compounding problem for the president. The worse Ukraine gets, the worse gas prices get, the worse oil gets, the worse his inflation problem gets. It is like literally pouring rocket fuel on the fire of inflation.
Yep, salt in the wound. Americans stretched too thin. And from that NewsNation poll, Leland, as you've said, inflation is key on the minds of Americans tonight. But the issue at hand, of course, is the situation in Ukraine with Russian troops moving in on a number of cities, not to mention the capital city and also Kharkiv, the second largest city. The threat is imminent for the Ukrainian people. Lieutenant General Richard Sherman joining me now. As always, this is your area of expertise. Times at war, our troops in danger overseas, and the Ukrainian troops are feeling that threat right now more than anything. I want to talk about that, but first of all, your response and reaction to the President's State of the Union tonight in regards to the situation in Ukraine and the threat against Russia. Do you feel as though he struck a tone, as you said earlier, that our families, our servicemen and women want to hear?
I believe so, and let's follow up with Leland and what George Will are talking about in terms of the strategic messaging that he talked at the first 10 to 12 minutes was on Ukraine. I'd like to also add that the messaging is not necessarily just for the American audience, but it's also for our NATO allies as well as for Putin, certainly for the Ukrainian people as well. It's very unique with this particular State of the Union, where we are in this particular state of history of a massive invasion of Russia on Ukraine. So that's one point. Now, with regard to our men and women in uniform, their family members, and our veterans, by the way. Right. Very strong towards recognizing our veterans' service and the sacrifices they've made. I believe that also struck a tone where I think the men and women in uniform will understand what their roles and responsibilities are from this commander-in-chief in that first part of the State of the Union. I thought that was important because, again, as we talked earlier this evening, we are sending men and women in harm's way on deployment to Europe for the defense of NATO. Another part that was key to me was towards the end of the Ukraine aspect of his speech, he talked about the purpose of their roles and missions there was to defend NATO. It was also to deter further aggression. It was not, there was a quote here, but he said, we're not going to put American men and women, essentially boots on the ground in Ukraine.
Right.
And so I think that was key. So he kind of tied that all in together. The other piece I thought was very interesting at the top, and I don't know if we've talked about it, but sitting next to the First Lady of the United States was the Ukrainian ambassador to the United States.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought that was a very key moment in the speech right off the bat, because his first line, he talks about freedom will always triumph over tyranny, and then he recognized the Ukrainian people. And then he said, again, the Putin attack has been premeditated and again, unprovoked. And he said, Putin must pay a price. And so those are all consistent. So the messaging there is a multi-approach. And I think it's essential, but it's absolutely essential that the American people, but also our men and women in uniform, understand and appreciate.
Right, and I think that was a moment of unity, not just in the chamber tonight when you see the members of both houses show up wearing yellow and blue in support of the Ukrainian people. That moment with the ambassador, so critical. But you and I have discussed President Zelensky, the Ukrainian president, how he has been able to rally not only his people, but the support of the world behind him. So the president had an opportunity tonight to display his leadership on the heels of a Ukrainian president who is the David in this Goliath fight and who has been able to solidify global support when he doesn't have a lot of strength right now in terms of military might. That is striking. Do you believe that the president tonight offered the type of support that Zelensky is asking for?
I believe he did. He delivered that we will remain strong with and we will stand with the people of Ukraine. All the while he strived, we'll see in the coming days if it was effective in terms of a message of unity inside the United States. Certainly when the domestic political aspects of this, let's put that aside. But I think he was clear in my mind that the aim is to be unified in our support of the Ukrainian people. Not Republicans, not Democrats, it's the American people. And we will stand with you. And he made that commitment. Again, the messaging here is, yes, for the American people, but it's also for our NATO allies. It's also for President Zelensky, but it's also for other allies around the world, not just in NATO. And so he's got a big task in front of him to continue to rally that unified support for Ukraine, because they are hanging by a sliver right now with, again, a mass of that convoy we've talked about. Key, is encircled, and so
they're in the fight of their lives.
We
got a lot of logistics to talk about with you. Stand by. I now want to welcome in Representative Victoria Sparks. She was elected to the House in 2020, became the first Ukrainian-born member of Congress. Representative, we appreciate you giving us some time tonight. I'd like to get your reaction right off the bat to the president addressing the situation happening in Ukraine. How did you feel he did tonight?
Well, I think, if you could see from the speech, there are a lot of issues that we have a big disagreements with presidents, especially Republicans. But this is an issue where Congress stands with the president and stands with the Ukrainian people. This is a very dire situation for them that requires action. So I think we do a lot of talk, but we need to start do more the work. And I hope President took a note of that, and hopefully he will have some real decisive action, not just talk about this is going to happen and this is going to happen. We need to have a real actions and some other issues that are domestic where he could overwhelmingly have support of the people. So I expect actions, not the talk. This is too urgent to have the talk.
What types of actions are you talking about? Because we have seen really punishing sanctions in terms of what the U.S. has put forth against not just Vladimir Putin, but the people of Russia. I look at issues and images from earlier today, people in Moscow lining up to try to take out money. The ruble right now worth less than a penny. So what in addition are you looking for, given that there is so much at stake in terms of global security and safety?
Well, I think, unfortunately, President Putin betrayed the Russian people, and he is not representing what is good for the Russian people. It's unfortunate for me to see, and they have to suffer the pain, but they need to start putting pressure on President to stop that insanity. They elected him, and they have the responsibility to push back on him, because this slaughtering of Ukrainian people is unacceptable. They're fellow Slavs. Go and kill fellow Slavs? This is crazy. I mean, I could never believe in my wildest dream that it would be happening. They have relatives. The city of Kharkiv, which is, the second largest city, has million Russian-born people, Russians. The city of Chernihiv that's been bombarded for 4 days has a lot of Russian people that actually born in Russia. So I just cannot believe this insanity. So I think we need to make sure that the people of Russia need to have their voice heard. They have responsibilities as everyone else, because they're going to be suffering too, unfortunately. But we have to take decisive action around, especially these oligarchs. We didn't sanction some very serious oligarchs that are very close to President Putin. So they need to understand we mean business. And they're not going to be hiding their money with their girlfriends and wives around the world. They're going to lose this stuff. They're not going to have stealing money from Russian people and live this beautiful life and not care about it. They need to understand that it's going to be serious. And if they not stop ceasefire and starting discussing how we can get out of this mess, they will start paying the price. We need to make sure that we have a safety zone, humanitarian passage for these people to try to get out of that hell. We also need to make sure that whatever we promised, that for people lethal aid that have to defend, that is actually going to get faster, that these people don't fight in with knives and forks again, this crazy, force that's coming at them. So I think this thing takes some leadership.
The emotions are high, the frustration even higher, with lives on the line. Representative Sparks, I know this issue is more important to you than most, given Ukraine is your homeland. Appreciate your time tonight. Coming up next, from infrastructure to fighting the pandemic, the biggest takeaways from President Biden's State of the Union address. We're back right after this.
So, you found the number 7 then?
It's amazing.
Hydrate's better than the expensive stuff.
I don't live here, so I'm taking this and whatever's in the back.
It's already sold in the US.
But I'm not taking any chances.
The UK's best kept skincare secret.
Fur, you won't faze me. Unlike Zyrtec, Allegra won't make me drowsy.
Allegra starts working 2 times faster than Claritin. So take Allegra before allergy symptoms take over you. And for kids, try allergist-recommended non-drowsy children's Allegra.
And a little bit of chicken fried. Cold beer on a Friday night. A pair of jeans that fit just right. And the radio.
Get 5 boneless wings for $1 with any handcrafted burger. Only at Applebee's.
As a struggling actor, I need all the breaks that I can get. At Liberty Mutual.
Cut.
Line.
Cut. Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Cut. Liberty. Am I allowed to riff? What if I come out of the water? Liberty Bibbity.
Cut. We'll dub it.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Showing appreciation with a perfect promotional item is a meaningful gesture that can be touched, held, and enjoyed. 4imprint can help your logo create moments that matter. Explore thousands of promotional products at 4imprint.com. 4imprint, for certain.
New projects means new project managers. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job, you immediately get your short list of quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job criteria. Visit Indeed.com/hire and get started today.
I don't just play someone brainy on TV. I'm an actual neuroscientist, and I love the science behind Nariva Plus. Unlike ordinary memory supplements, Nariva Plus fuels 6 key indicators of brain performance. More brain performance? Yes, please. Nariva, think bigger.
Energy is everywhere, even in a little seedling, which, when turned into fuel, can help power a plane. At Chevron's El Segundo refinery, we're looking to turn plant-based oil into renewable gasoline, jet, and diesel fuels. Our planet offers countless sources of energy,
but it's only human to find the ones that could power a better future.
At JP Morgan, the only definition of wealth that matters is yours. It can be a smaller house, but a bigger nest egg, a goal to work toward, or the freedom to walk away. With 200 years of experience, personalized advice, and commission-free trades on an award-winning app, we're working for you. Planning, investing, advice. JP Morgan Wealth Management.
Kids grow up fast. But tragedy can strike even faster. That's why the new Pacifica has more standard safety features than any vehicle on the road. Because we can't make them grow up any slower. We can only help make sure they get there safe and protect the world they'll inherit. The Chrysler Pacifica Hybrid.
Right now, get $1,000 loyalty bonus cash plus $1,000 bonus cash on the 2021 Chrysler Pacifica Touring L.
No matter where you live, with Dish you get 99% signal reliability.
Okay, everybody, let's get to the basement.
99% signal reliability anywhere in the country with Dish.
What's my safe light story? I see inspiration right through my glass. So when my windshield cracked, I chose Safe Light. They replaced the glass and recalibrated my safety system. That's service I can trust.
Safe Light Repair, Safe Light Replace.
We should all agree the answer is not to defund the police, it's to fund the police. Fund them. Fund them. Fund them with resources and training. Resources and training they need to protect our communities. I ask Democrats and Republicans alike to pass my budget and keep our neighborhoods safe.
Wouldn't you love to know what Kamala Harris whispered to Nancy Pelosi when Joe Biden said, fund the police? Certainly not something you would have ever heard from candidate Joe Biden in 2020. With that, we bring in Vince Colonnese of the Daily Caller, Sarah Muha, political correspondent for Axios. Vince, what he said was important, fund the police in that way. Is what he didn't say in this speech perhaps more important?
Well, I mean, there was a lot that was left unsaid in this speech that I think is worthy of note. Clearly, the biggest thing that hurt him in the polls was Afghanistan, no question, barely gets a mention there. Republicans, of course, included it in their response. What I thought was so fascinating was that fund the police moment.
Isn't really a fair knock, though? What president is ever going to go 6 months back and talk about his biggest failure?
Well, it
Republican
is the
or
one,
Democrat.
Look, if you're an American voter who's turned on Biden and you're disapproving of him now, probably one of the big reasons is actually Afghanistan. So alleviating their concerns about your foreign policy handling of that disaster should be at the top of the list. He didn't do that. He talked a lot about Russia and Ukraine tonight. Of course, that's on everybody's minds. But I want to focus on that fund the police line. I think that's super important because it came in concert with some other lines where he said, I'm a capitalist. He said, secure the border. He said, don't politicize COVID. These are all a gigantic stiff arm to the leftward flank of his party and a message that they're dragging him down. Now, I happen to believe he's dragging himself down plenty well, but he's trying to separate himself from the most left-leaning elements of his party.
Right, because we've got midterms 6 months away. We've got 60 Democrats who are what the Democrats call frontline Democrats who are being targeted by Republicans. Sarah, you're about as well sourced on the Hill as you get. Was this enough for them to go back to their districts and say, wait a second, Joe Biden isn't as far to the left as you think he is?
Right, so overall, if we're assuming and predicting that progressives may be upset with some of those lines, the moderate Democrats that I've spoken with were actually overall fairly pleased with Biden's message. One Democrat telling me, I wasn't necessarily setting my expectations too high, and so I think I was actually very pleased with his speech. Some noted that they really liked the line about funding the police, that's something that they can take to their district, against opponents, Republican opponents who are going to be taking that sort of cultural and message talking about defunding the police, saying this is what Democrats want, and they'll say, well, no, look, what Joe Biden said during the State of the Union is a little bit different.
He did it on immigration, too, right? He had a line about that as well.
They said they hope that this is something that they're going to see, that kind of bipartisan rallying and what they call sort of a populist appeals even.
But I got to point to your publication, Axios, reported just a couple weeks ago that Cory Bush, again, we're talking about the progressive elements of the party, is saying that I'm not giving up on defund the police. I'm sticking with that line. And if she's going to stick with it going up to the midterms, Republicans are certainly going to be pointing out she exists, she's saying this, and it represents a meaningful part of what could be Joe Biden's base.
She's also one member of Congress versus the President of the United States.
Yes.
Yeah, on the other hand, on Twitter, you both have the same voice. And the loudest voice of Cory Bush on this one issue is one for Republicans that is a goldmine.
Yeah, I think so. And remember, Joe Biden has had his own, as you pointed out, tortured relationship on this issue. If you go back to July of 2020, that's when he's confronted by a reporter and says, hey, do you support redirecting funding away from police? And he says, absolutely. And that led to a frantic return by the campaign to say, well, wait a second, he doesn't support defunding the police. But ultimately, he still sounded some of those same signals tonight. He talked about funding these community interrupters, which are like ex-cons that go into communities and try and stop violence. That's the same vein of we need to move police funding away from cops and to other solutions for crime.
Yeah, we actually have exactly that soundbite. Take a listen.
I know what works. Investigating crime prevention and community policing, cops who walk the beat, who know the neighborhood, and who can restore trust and safety. Let's not abandon our streets or choose between safety and equal justice. Let's come together and protect our communities, restore trust, and hold law enforcement accountable.
Put that up right afterwards. And the response would be the tweet from Marsha Blackburn, the senator from Tennessee, who's been very vocal on issues of policing. We'll put the tweet up on the screen. Joe Biden would rather fire unvaccinated police officers than back the blue. Sarah, the president declares victory on COVID here. Is this a case of the White House realizing the political reality and sort of finding where the American people are going and leading them there? Or do they really view that they can get ahead of this and take credit for ending the pandemic?
I think it's a little bit of both. Politically, it made sense for the president to walk into that chamber maskless. That's the first time we've seen something like that in a long time. It got a lot of buzz on Twitter, whether or not we care about what's going on there. And what I've heard from White House officials for a long time is that they've been ready to make this an endemic. They've been ready to sort of declare the end of COVID. We saw Biden didn't even talk about COVID until 60 minutes or something like that into his speech, or 40 minutes.
And what better day to end COVID than the State of the Union with a half-empty chamber?
Exactly.
Vince, Sarah, thanks for staying up late with us. We appreciate it. When we come back, the Republican support, the Republican response, as well as an exclusive NewsNation poll, the pollster on that and what that means in Texas. There was an election in Texas tonight, tells us something very, very interesting about the future of the Republican Party. That when we come back.
Meet Brett from apartment 2B. He's not letting an overdraft alert get him stressed. He knows he's covered with 0 overdraft fees when he overdraws his account by $50 or less. Overdraft Assist from Chase. Make more of what's yours.
No matter where you live, with Dish, you get 99% signal reliability.
Okay, everybody, let's get to the basement.
99% signal reliability anywhere in the country with Dish.
With Mucinex Night Shift, you've got powerful relief from your worst nighttime cold and flu symptoms. So grab Night Shift to fight your symptoms, get your Z's, and get back to your rhythm. Feel the power. Beat the symptoms fast.
Deep in credit card debt? Did you know Credit Associates can help you reduce that debt? It's not nearly as complicated as you think. Let me show you what I mean. First, there's the total amount of credit card debt you owe. Whoa! We can reduce that by almost half.
Second, how about those decades you'll be in debt?
We reduce that down to as little as 24 to 36 months, giving you up to 20 debt-free years back.
Lastly, how about the endless hours of stress and anxiety from being in debt?
We can help reduce that too. It's easy to get started. Call now to see how Credit Associates can reduce your debt and save you thousands. The information is free and there's no risk to call. 1-800-600-8682. Call Credit Associates now to start living better, debt-free. 1-800-600-8682.
Hi, I'm Jeff from Nuts.com. When my grandfather started this business in 1929, he relied on 4 important values: freshness, quality, variety, and service. I'm proud to carry on his legacy, but from a bigger space. We still freshly roast, season, and dip delicious nuts here in New Jersey and deliver them with the freshest dried fruits, snacks, and sweets to families that love our products all around the country, including mine. We think you'll love Nuts.com too, so check us out and enjoy free shipping on your first order.
So, you found the number 7 then?
It's amazing.
Hydrates better than the expensive stuff.
I don't live here, so I'm taking this and whatever's in the back.
It's already sold in the US.
But I'm not taking any chances.
The UK's best-kept skincare secret.
For skin that works as hard as you do, don't settle for silver. 7 intense moisturizers to help stop dry skin before it starts. Gold Bond Healing Lotion, championing your skin.
What's my safe light story? I see inspiration right through my glass. So when my windshield cracked, I chose Safe Light. They replaced the glass and recalibrated my safety system. That service I can trust.
Safe Light Repair, Safe Light Replace.
Thanks for bringing me with you guys today, Mr. and Mrs. Lopez.
Not a problem, Josh. Hey, you two. Check out all these camera views in my Silverado. I can see in front of me, behind me, on either side of me. And it has this cam, so I can see if there's any funny business going on. You see any funny business going on?
No, sir.
Let's have a great day.
The Chevy Silverado offers 8 cameras with up to 15 different views. Find new views, find new roads. Chevrolet.
Depression can be a really tough thing to go through. Fortunately, people always have a lot of ideas how to help you through.
You just gotta snap out of it.
You have so much to be happy for.
Fake it till it feels normal.
Cheer up.
It's all in your head.
It's because you're a Leo. Think about all the people that have it worse than you.
What makes best reviews the best reviews?
Milk?
They have an unbiased team that researches products in real-world situations to give reliable recommendations on pretty much everything. So you can be confident that whatever you're buying is right for you, no matter what life throws at it. Like your daughter Clementine, for example. For the best reviews, go to bestreviews.com. Seriously, before you buy anything, ever. Welcome back to our special coverage of the State of the Union tonight and also the developing situation in Ukraine. We wanted to know what you thought at home in terms of what the president had to say tonight and what also you thought ahead of the State of the Union in terms of your confidence in the president. How did he do tonight? I want to welcome in Scott Tranter. He's with Decision Desk HQ. He is joining us live from the nation's capital. Scott, the dwindling confidence in the president going into tonight's speech was right around 57% or so, disapproving of his performance as president. He had his work cut out for him, clearly.
Yeah, and then combined with the fact that in the NewsNation poll, 46% thought that he was unfit. And then when you combine that with the low approval ratings of Vice President Harris, tall order indeed, especially coming off of high inflation and what looks to be a prolonged war in Europe.
Well, and he had a lot to balance in terms of the developing situation in Ukraine. The question many wanted to know going into this speech was what was on the minds of Americans. What were the key issues that they wanted the president to hit on tonight?
By far, inflation. That is the #1 issue coming out of our poll. A distant second is COVID, so those lifting of COVID restrictions around the country and that lessening certainly helped his approval rating around that. But #1 thing on people's minds is inflation. What they pay for gas, what they pay for milk, and quite frankly, what they're paying for cars and homes.
88% saying that they are very concerned about inflation. COVID was also something that the president addressed quite a bit tonight, as he should, going into year 3 of the pandemic. What did Americans say in terms of their concerns about where we are?
So more of them in the NewsNation poll, more of them, about 10% more since when we last looked at it a month ago, have a positive outlook on COVID, waning, and we're going to be back to normal this year. So that's a positive outlook, and that's something they're going to attribute to the president. But there's still a solid 20% that are pretty worried about it going forward, and that's for varying reasons, whether it be different new variants coming out, or prolonged masking, or issues with the vaccines and things like that. But certainly improving numbers for the president on COVID.
Scott, some major news coming out of Texas tonight. Fill us in. Scott, can you hear us?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I said we have some major news in terms of the gubernatorial race in Texas tonight.
Well, yeah, so Beto O'Rourke won the Democratic gubernatorial primary there, so he's going to face off against Governor Greg Abbott, which should be a pretty big race, especially considering that Beto O'Rourke came pretty close to unseating Senator Cruz. The other big one is Ken Paxton at the AG level. He's going to advance to a runoff, and he was, he was supported by the president, so that's, or the former President Trump, and so that would be a big one to watch to see if the president's endorsement's going to hold through.
All right, major news tonight. Scott Tranter with Decision Desk HQ. Appreciate your time. We'll be right back after this.
This is NewsNation, news for Florida, and news for all America.
Got crypto brain? You could satisfy it by getting crypto the same way everyone else does. Or with a tax advantage at Alto Crypto IRA. With as little as $10, you can now put retirement dollars in crypto. Over 125 coins through Coinbase Exchange, including Bitcoin, all with the full tax advantages of an IRA. Everyone's got their eye on crypto. Get yours with the Alto Advantage. Sign up free at altoira.com/crypto.
Meet three moms who each like to bank their own way. Luckily, they've all got Chase. Smart bankers. Convenient tools. One bank with the power of both. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Get 5 boneless wings for $1 with any handcrafted burger, only at Applebee's.
Plain aspirin could be hurting your stomach. Basilor 325 liquid-filled aspirin capsule is clinically shown in a 7-day study to cause fewer ulcers than immediate-release aspirin. Basilor, the first liquid-filled aspirin capsules. Amazing.
Every new day offers opportunities to connect, chances to motivate and inspire, moments to express well-deserved thank yous and congratulations, with products that bring smiles, celebration, and long-lasting impressions. There's certainty in that. 4imprint gives you that certainty with the right promotional products and a caring, trusted team dedicated to your success. Creating meaningful connections starts at 4imprint.com. 4imprint, for certain.
You sucked, have to find a doc who's all ears. Someone you'd hang out with if that wasn't weird. Meet IRL or keep things remote. Get yourself a doc who floats your mental health boat.
Giorgio, look, the peanut butter box is here.
Ralph, that's the Chewy Pharmacy box with our flea and tick meds. It's not peanut butter.
The peanut butter box is here.
I'm out.
Pet prescriptions delivered to your door. Chewy.
Get the truck that's built to serve right from your living room with Ram eShop. Search, find, and buy your perfect truck online and get delivery from the comfort of your own home. Credit approval, price, and payment calculations all made quick, easy, and safe. The keys are just a click away with Ram's eShop. Right now, during Ram Truck Month, get 0% financing for 72 months on the 2022 Ram 1500 Bighorn.
No matter where you live, with Dish you get 99% signal reliability.
Okay, everybody, let's get to the basement.
99% signal reliability anywhere in the country with Dish.
With Life Alert, one touch of a button can get you help fast.
I've fallen and I can't get up.
Don't worry, help is on the way. With any of Life Alert's 3 emergency systems, help can be summoned immediately, and batteries never need charging.
I was having a stroke, and I was scared to death.
If it weren't for Life Alert, I wouldn't be sitting here today. Life Alert is a lifesaver.
My husband is alive because of Life Alert.
Life Alert is the lifesaver to keep me out of assisted living.
Life Alert saves a life every 11 minutes.
For a free Life Alert brochure, call 1-800-830-1940. That's 1-800-830-1940. Call now. 1-800-830-1940.
And thanks to the progress we've made in the past year, COVID-19 no longer need control our lives. I know some are talking about living with COVID-19. But tonight, I say that we never will just accept living with COVID-19. We'll continue to combat the virus as we do other diseases. And because this virus mutates and spreads, we have to stay on guard.
President Biden tonight declaring the end of COVID as we know it. In a bit of luck for the president, somehow the White House, the CDC, the Congress, Washington, D.C., all ended their mask mandates today, as did 4 states with mask mandates for schools: California, Oregon, Washington, New York State not fall behind. Here with Congressman Ralph Norman of the great state of South Carolina. Coincidence?
You know, if I had not been in politics, I would say maybe. Since I've been in politics, no, there are no coincidences.
There are no coincidences. The White House, we pushed back on this a little bit. They said, hey, look, we don't have anything to do with the CDC. They changed the guidance. Your facial expression says everything in that. I'm interested, though, in all of the empty seats in the chamber. I've covered a lot of State of the Unions. You've been there for a lot of them. The obvious response would be this would be some kind of organized Republican attempt to embarrass the president, was it?
Oh, no. No. Leland, 2 things. One, initially, Speaker Pelosi put a 25 limit for the Republicans. And she may have done it for the Democrats. I don't know. Then she took that off. And when she took it off, in talking to other members, they just weren't going to sit there and listen to a president who never says anything. I mean, he says words. And so it's more of a boring. We knew they would bring their own people there and spread them out so that it looked like there were a lot of people. But
well,
no.
Yeah, and we know there's a lot of Republicans who said they didn't want to go because there was a COVID testing requirement. It did deny the president sort of this moment for us to all see life totally back to normal, and him there. This was a different State of the Union. We've been talking about this all day. I know you have as well, that never before has the president addressed a State of the Union from a domestic policy standpoint in the midst of this incredibly intense foreign crisis. Take a listen.
To all Americans, I'll be honest with you, as I always promised I would be. A Russian dictator invading a foreign country has cost around the world. And I'm taking robust action to make sure the pain of our sanctions is targeted at the Russian economy, and that we use every tool at our disposal to protect American businesses and consumers. Tonight, I can announce the United States has worked with 30 other countries to release 60 million barrels of oil from reserves around the world. America will lead that effort, releasing 30 million barrels of our own strategic petroleum reserve. And we stand ready to do more if necessary, united with our allies. These steps will help blunt gas prices here at home, but I know news about what's happening can seem alarming to all Americans. But I want you to know we're going to be okay.
Granted, releasing 30 million barrels from the strategic petroleum reserves is the U.S. oil consumption for about 30 hours. The last time we went through this, gas prices went down by about 6 cents for a week and then went back up. That's conceded. Republicans, though, are making the point that these are incredibly serious times and say the president is not taking them seriously enough. Are you in that camp?
Well, absolutely. The facts bear it out. This is just another example of in other words, saying releasing it from the reserve, we were the #1 exporter of oil and natural gas. We've got a 100-year supply. He canceled the pipeline. What we wanted to hear him say was, we want to be energy independent. We want to bring manufacturers back to this country. We're paying Russia, who is having genocide on the people of Ukraine. It's not an invasion, it's genocide.
This is serious times, and it's why I wanted to ask you about your tweet of Jen Psaki in the Russian hat. Do you really mean to say in this time that the White House press secretary is a Russian operative?
I don't know what she is, to be honest with you.
I mean, that's what the tweet would infer, that she's somehow not American.
Well, their actions toward Russia, or not inaction, particularly with this, is not something that happened by surprise. Russia's been assimilating troops for months. And now, after the fact, to say we're having strict sanctions just isn't true. And, you know, why is Biden not hitting them with the oil? That's where the money reserves are.
Why not sanction the oil industry and allow U.S. producers to make up the difference? I know there's a lot of industries in South Carolina that support the oil industry. It'd be a big boom for you guys and the rest of the country. We're working on a couple of stories on that in the coming weeks. Congressman, we appreciate you being there. And Marnie, that really brings us back to Ukraine, which, as much as so much of the White House would like us to be focused on the domestic issues of the last 50 minutes of the president's speech, it's the first 10 that are really captivating the country right now.
Right, Leland, and all the while, folks in Ukraine are waking up to day 7 at war, with Russian troops continuing to invade as the sun rises yet again. I want to bring in our general here in just a moment, but also update you on the situation on the ground. Right now, we've got some new video showing just how dire the situation is in Ukraine, and this is really chilling. Mothers in a maternity ward forced into a bomb shelter as Russian forces close in. This is on the southern part of Ukraine. Doctors there say a total of 4 mothers gave birth in the basement of a hospital over the past couple of days. So a maternity ward forced into a bomb shelter. And you may remember just a few days ago, there were infants who have been taken out of the ICU and were also being kept underground to keep them from the danger of what was happening above. Really incredible to see tonight. Lieutenant General Richard Newton joining us once again. There's a lot to discuss, but I know you've got sources very close to this situation as these Russian troops move in, this massive convoy that, by all accounts, has really been stymied by the Ukrainians. You wonder how long that can continue to go on. What are you hearing from the ground?
What I'm hearing is it's that 40-mile convoy. There are other convoys, by the way. It's not just that single convoy, but they are from Belarus, bringing in much-needed supplies for the Russian army that's in place, that's encircled Kyiv. I think what you'll see once that convoy is in place and they're able to resupply the Russian forces, I think that's when you're going to see that circle to then tighten around Kyiv. That will be a culminating point at some point, maybe not necessarily in a day or two, but it could be in a matter of days. But also, there is no civilian corridor to exit out of that stronghold. And so you're going to...
So they're trapped.
They're trapped. There are 3 million Ukrainians who are trapped right now. And those pictures that we just saw regarding the maternity ward, there's going to be dozens and dozens and dozens of those stories of the impact on civilians.
Right. So let me ask you, if all of these civilians are trapped and we've got resources coming in from outside the country, how do you get those resources to the people who need it, and can it get there in time?
Yes, but getting there in time is going to be very difficult. We have lines of communication, or routes, if you will, from neighboring countries such as Poland and Romania and elsewhere. But that will get more and more difficult, because what Putin's doing is also, the Russian army is moving its forces in the south, which have met relatively little resistance, are now moving towards the west and the border areas in order to choke off any type of resupply for the Ukrainian military, wherever they may be. So I think you're going to see focus on Kyiv, but then also a major focus now on the western part of Ukraine as the Russian military mobilizes, because it can, choke off those supply routes.
Well, and we're talking about what's happening on the ground. Your expertise also lies in the sky. So the no-fly zone, a no-go at this point, also air superiority. Where do we stand on those issues, and why is it so critical?
Right. Well, President Biden made mention in his speech that, and towards the end of the 10 minutes, if you will, on Ukraine, that he will not employ U.S. forces in Ukraine. And that also means would not in any imagination at this point have a no-fly zone over Ukraine in terms of the current status quo. So that it will not happen. Now, the air superiority aspect of this, Ukrainian Air Force is still maintaining some modicum of air superiority, but that again is going to be dicey as the days go on. Right now, weather is affecting and in favor of the Ukrainian Air Force, because weather with snow and low cloud visibility and so forth is actually hampering any type of threat that the Russians could bring in terms of air superiority. But it's going to be tough.
Real quick, just a couple of seconds less, and this can be yes or no. A lot of people concerned about Putin's state of mind. Are you among those?
I am. I think the #1 objective of the U.S. intelligence community and our partners is to try to close that gap in terms of what we know about Putin right now, his state of mind, and really his temperament and so forth.
And what he'll do next. Retired General Richard Newton, as always, appreciate your expertise at this critical moment for Ukraine. We've got more reaction to the president's speech tonight and what is next in Ukraine coming up right after the break.
Abrams, 9 o'clock, telling it like it is, now at a new time.
Here's where I'm coming from. Here's what I'm thinking.
Dan Abrams live at his new time, 9/8 Central. Weeknights on NewsNation. News for all America. Russia invades Ukraine.
American troops shipping overseas. It is happening.
The truth about what you need to know.
The world is watching the situation continue to unfold.
Continuing coverage on Russia at war. Stay tuned to NewsNation.
Meet Brett from apartment 2B. He's not letting an overdraft alert get him stressed. He knows he's covered with 0 overdraft fees when he overdraws his account by $50 or less. Overdraft Assist from Chase. Make more of what's yours.
Energy is everywhere, even in a little seedling, which, when turned into fuel, can help power a plane. At Chevron's El Segundo refinery, we're looking to turn plant-based oil into renewable gasoline, jet, and diesel fuels. Our planet offers countless sources of energy, but it's only human to find the ones that could power a better future.
Who's on it with Jardiance?
We're 25 million prescriptions strong.
We're managing type 2 diabetes and heart risk.
We're working up a sweat before coffee and saying no thanks to a Boston cream.
Jardiance is a once-daily pill that can reduce the risk of cardiovascular death for adults who also have known heart disease. So it can help save your life from a heart attack or stroke. And Jardiance lowers A1C.
Jardiance can cause serious side effects including dehydration, genital yeast or urinary tract infections, and sudden kidney problems. Ketoacidosis is a serious side effect that may be fatal. A rare but life-threatening bacterial infection in the skin of the perineum could occur. Stop taking Jardiance and call your doctor right away if you have symptoms of this bacterial infection, ketoacidosis, or an allergic reaction. And don't take it if you're on dialysis. Taking Jardiance with a sulfonylurea or insulin may cause low blood sugar.
Lower A1C and lower risk of a fatal heart attack?
We're on it.
We're on it with Jardiance.
Ask your doctor about Jardiance.
It's easy to think that all money managers are pretty much the same, but at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Different how? You saw high commission investment products, right?
Nope. Fisher avoids them.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Never at Fisher.
Okay, then you probably sneak in some hidden and layered fees.
No, we structure our fees so we do better when clients do better. That might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Hi, I'm Deborah. I'm from Colorado. I've been married to my high school sweetheart for 35 years. I'm a mother of 4, always busy. I was starting to feel a little foggy. I just didn't feel like things were as sharp as I knew they once were. I heard about Prevagen, and then I started taking it about 2 years now. Started noticing, seemed a little sharper, a little clearer, and I feel like it's kept me on my game. I am able to remember things and say, give it a try.
Prevagen, healthier brain, better life.
Enjoy the magic of freshness from Nuts.com. Fresh nuts, dried fruits, sweets and treats, freshly roasted, freshly dipped, freshly seasoned, and delivered fast with free shipping. Nuts.com. Fresh snacks from our kitchen to yours.
We gotta tell people that Liberty Mutual customizes car insurance, so you only pay for what you need. And we gotta do it fast.
Woo! New personal record, Limu!
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
So, you found the number 7 then?
It's amazing.
Hydrates better than the expensive stuff.
I don't live here, so I'm taking this and whatever's in the back.
It's already sold in the US.
But I'm not taking any chances.
The UK's best kept skincare secret.
And a little bit of chicken fried. Cold beer on a Friday night. A pair of jeans that fit just right. And the radio.
Get 5 boneless wings for $1 with any handcrafted burger. Only at Applebee's.
Allergy sufferers. Bedtime means it's time to take Zysol. Zysol relieves allergies while you sleep, so you wake refreshed. Plus, it works faster than Claritin, and on first dose, provides the same relief as Zyrtec in a pill nearly half the size. Be wise all. Take Zysol at night.
And welcome back to our special coverage. President Biden addressing the nation and the world tonight in the State of the Union address. And he said, my report is this. The State of the Union is strong because you, the American people, are strong. I want to welcome back my colleague, Leland Vittert, in Washington, D.C. The first 10 minutes of the president's speech tonight, though, focused on the issue at hand, the threat to the world, and that is the situation in Ukraine.
Yeah, the first time in recent memory, if forever, that the State of the Union address began with 10 minutes of hardcore foreign policy in the midst of a foreign crisis. And most fair-minded observers will give the president very high marks for those 10 minutes. The next 50 were pretty much boilerplate and could have just been tacked on of what the original State of the Union speech was going to be. And that's where there's a lot of questioning going on in Washington of, did President Biden miss a major opportunity here to reset, to say something different tonight than what was expected from a political standpoint, thus that perhaps the dreams of every reporter could be fulfilled, and that this State of the Union would be different than all of the others, and that come Memorial Day, we would be talking about it as the speech that defines the year. That probably is not going to happen.
And did he appeal to the American public and reassure and bring confidence in terms of his presidency and what is next? More importantly, the situation in Ukraine and the global threat Vladimir Putin poses to the world. We want to thank you for joining us tonight for our special coverage. On behalf of Leland Vittert, our entire NewsNation team, I'm Marnie Hughes. Thank you.
Extraordinarily successful and bipartisan as a governor. That was an interesting pick. Real quick, George, if Antony Blinken or Lloyd Austin was not there, that would send chills everywhere.
They would be busy elsewhere, and they have nothing to be busy with that should make us happy.
Yeah. So you're right, Marnie, to point out that there's a seriousness about tonight now that is far different, and you can't really cover the State of the Union tonight in the way you would any others. And you pointed out very correctly that there is going to be a lot of applause lines that will draw rounding bipartisan support about standing up for Ukraine. And it'll be interesting to see as we watch the Supreme Court justices the reaction shots when President Biden talks about his Supreme Court pick.
Absolutely, Leland. We're being told that the president will be entering the chamber shortly. The House Sergeant at Arms who will announce the president tonight is General William Walker, and the president then will glad hand speak with some of the senators and congressmen and women as he heads to the podium to deliver tonight's State of the Union. Leland, to the crisis in Ukraine, the president also will have to address some of the criticism tonight that he has received for not doing enough in terms of the lead up to the crisis in Ukraine. But on the flip side, the American intelligence machine really predicted this. And so you wonder, and George is welcome to weigh in here as well, how he will strike that balance in terms of, we're there in support of the Ukrainian people, but we were warning that Vladimir Putin was intent on doing harm to the Ukrainian people, what his message will be to some of that criticism tonight.
You and I have talked about this, that the American intelligence community and the administration deserves a lot of credit for getting this spot on. The Ukrainians themselves asked the administration, asked President Biden and Antony Blinken to stop ringing the alarm bells. They said it was bad for business in Ukraine, and the administration kept going on. Probably that had a lot to do with the lessons learned from Afghanistan. But the great part about the State of the Union is the president doesn't have to address anything he doesn't want to address. It is his uninterrupted time. And you can expect him, I think, to speak more forward than back tonight. This speech, except for his accomplishments as he sees them in the economy and coming out of COVID, declaring the end of COVID, vaccines and the like, and returning to normal, this is a president who, at least from a foreign policy standpoint, won't really need to talk about the past, I don't think, George, in terms of the lead up to Ukraine. He will talk about what has happened since the invasion and how he has brought the world together.
And what he intends to do additionally, because I don't think anyone believes that the sanctions are now fully in place.